Besides this is obviously going to be. If you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matheau L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
How we doing, brother? How are you?
Hey, Dylan, what's up?
Yo, good.
I'm here.
Yeah, you're here. That's the main thing, man. It's good to have you here, as per usual, man. And do you know who's nice here as well? Sarah P, because she keeps reminding me what I need to say. Sarah P, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell on the way in. Happy days. Nice to see you, Sarah P. Obviously, you can support, join the community. Merch store, support the channel. Christine Fortunato from New Jersey. Christine is here, Matt. You're going to do another interview with her, I believe.
Yeah, Christine's great, man. She's awesome. Jersey girl.
She's lovely woman. Lovely woman. Matt Monday at 1 p.m. Right,
right.
there's a new name here for you. New name for you. Truth and Transparency. Truth and Transparency has her own YouTube channel. She does a lot of deep dives, Mathew. And she is from Ohio. She lives close to where you used to live. She's
okay.
She also knows Connie. Connie Camellia. She also knows Connie, author and everything. Yeah, we need to put you in touch with her so that you can potentially go on her channel. Because I know you, Connie, you're doing another book together.
That's right.
How's that coming?
Connie, she finished it up. She wrote the whole thing. I just kind of fact checked for her, basically. And I read it. It's just, she's a much better writer than I am. So it's a good book. It describes what it was like to be a juror at my trial. So super interesting.
Awesome. So here we are. I think that'd be quite good. Truth and Transparency. We can get in touch with Matt. What's the best way? I we text, so it's fine. But Facebook, email. What's the best way to get hold of you, Matt?
If you go onto my YouTube or my Facebook, if you can find me on there, it's not hard. Just my first name spelled Matheau. It's in your description, and then I have my everything on there to get a hold of me. So I'm easily found. No problem.
So, Truth Transparency. You can't find him, let me know, and I'll get you in touch anyway. But all the details on Matt is in the bottom. But that'd be quite cool. Truth Transparency, I'd say her own YouTube channel does a lot of deep dives. I didn't click because to look. A lot of people were mentioning Truth Transparency a few months ago about the Idaho 4 stuff, and that's when I actually looked at her channel before. So we'll have to chat. Truth Transparency, have to chat. There we are, Christine. Hands for y'all. Hey, Hands. She's at the Great Wolf. So I won't be chatting. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend, Hands. Lovely to see you as always. Lou's in the house. Hey, Lou. How are you doing, darling? Hope you're well. Matt, Monday, 1 p.m. Josie. How Josie, my darling? Hey, Dylan. Hey, Matt. How are you doing, Josie? Hope you're well. Hi, chat. Where can the new book? It's not out yet, Lou.
Lou.
You just finished editing it, haven't you?
Yeah, she's looking for a publisher. She doesn't want to self-publish. She wants to get it done right. So it's harder than you think to find a publisher.
Right. The main question though is she going to put numbers in the book?
Yeah, she did. Yes. It made it a lot easier when it had numbers, yeah.
just to go in case people don't know, Matt's book, Emily
Hey, there it
Staged
is.
Suicide in Ohio. No
Big,
friggin' numbers.
rife with spelling mistakes.
Yeah, well, you're human. It's all good. Mexi Texi in the house. Hi, Mexi. Hope you're well, darling. Hello, everyone here for the like and the love. Thank you. We all love the love from Sarah P. Yeah, thank you, Sarah P. That's Matt's YouTube channel and Facebook page. Right, Matt, we're doing a marathon today. We're going for it today. We are going through
Right.
this. Before we go into it, but I'm looking. We're doing an 8-hour stream today. I'm go for it today. So we'll Dr. Hines and Mighty Meat will be joining. They will be popping out as per usual, because as you all know, there's no stream tomorrow, so we have to have the stream today. There's a gap in the current retrial, so we could do it. So yeah, we'll be pushing through today. Nothing changes. Matt's just going to jump in and out as usual, so we might disappear in and out. Yeah. So, but before we get going, you wanted to cover the tooth
Oh
from
yeah.
the last stream.
Last
So
week
go on,
we,
cover it.
if you remember, last week they ended with who was that? Was Agnew,
Oh, I'll get
right?
it.
Agnew was the OSU professor that did the bone analysis for the prosecution, and
Yeah.
part of her report said that there was missing elements. Two elements were missing: a toe bone and a tooth for D. And it was she wrote in her report that it was missing. The tooth was missing because it was out for DNA analysis. And actually, and she wrote that, and the report came in January. Well, 2 months later, in March, February, March, they went back to the scene to look for more evidence, and they found that tooth at the scene. That's important because one, like what Diane was trying to do was to show how she was like accuracy is everything in these reports, garbage in, garbage out. When she put that in a report and said, hey, she was verbally told that the tooth was out for DNA analysis, that wasn't true. That wasn't right because they found the tooth at the scene 2 months later. So she was saying it was out for DNA analysis, but she was wrong. So her report wasn't accurate. That's what Diane was trying to do. The thing to me is that how did the tooth get there, Dylan? I mean, how did that fucking tooth get there? I don't know. I just want people to understand what that was, because Diane didn't go into like, hey, how did that tooth get there? It should have been at wherever they send this tooth to get analyzed for DNA. Why is it at the scene? She didn't go into that, but I'm here to let you guys know. I mean, it's just, to me, that's, I don't know. You can come up with a ton of different reasons why, but it doesn't look good for them. I mean,
So it's
that's all. That's all.
only a handful of people had access to the tooth, isn't it?
Well, for one, what was Agnew doing at the scene anyway? She's supposed to be doing a centrist, non-biased report on bone analysis. She's right there with everyone else. So it's just, and for the tooth to pop up there, it's just, I mean, I don't know. It's beyond me, but it's a big part of these cops not knowing what they're doing and the prosecutors not knowing what they're doing.
It's fine. Okay, you happy with that?
Yeah.
Cool. Right, let's get to the trial now. I think most people can do that.
Agnew's done, right? We're done with Agnew, and then we're on to, I don't know who's next. Smock,
we'll
maybe?
see. I'll tell you now. We'll judge here.
Hey, judge.
Cause or manner of death. Of course, I know this court knows the 5 cause
This
or
is
manners of
important.
death: homicide, suicide, undetermined, etc. I will just say that twice in his report, once on page 1 and then again on page 12, he says on page 1, I quote, "who died of a homicidal act," and then on page 12, he says in his report, Emily Noble's death was a homicide, clearly testifying as to cause and manner of death. There is certainly testimony from Charlie Carlson as to who can determine a cause and manner of death. I would also note for the record, and I intended to use it for impeachment purposes, but on April 23rd of 2021, Dr. Smock gave a 14-plus minute a YouTube interview. I understand that that was not under oath, but I do have a certified copy. And in that YouTube interview, when he is asked as to whether or not he can determine cause of death, his answer, and I quote on page 7 of the certified copy, is, "It's up to the medical examiner to determine cause and manner of death. The medical examiner determined it was a homicide." We know in this case, Your
That's
Honor,
not the entire quote.
I certainly agree with the medical examiner's opinion. I believe it was a homicidal death. Your Honor, with respect to Dr. Smock's report, it was issued in May of 2021. The coroner in this county did not render a decision or an opinion as to cause of death until after Dr. Smock issues his opinion. So when he issued his opinion, the cause and manner of death was only from head and neck injuries. It was not at any point in time prior to him issuing his report, manual strangulation. If the timeline makes sense on that. The Montgomery County Coroner's Office in January of 21 says cause and manner of death, they say cause, is head and neck injuries. That's in January. Smock issues his report in May, and then on September 16th of 2021, so a year exactly after the remains were issued, the Delaware County Coroner issues cause and manner of death as both head and neck injuries and also manual strangulation. So prior to Dr. Smock's, there is no medical examiner that says anything about manual strangulation, i.e. and or homicide. He's not allowed to render an opinion as to cause of death.
Your Honor, if I may, I realize that's the timeline defense counsel wants to believe that occurred, but honestly, Dr. Hickman will come in and testify. It's the state's position that he come in before to talk about Dr.
He's
Smock.
the county coroner.
He is the Delaware County coroner, Your Honor. He is not a forensic pathologist, so he cannot, he's a coroner. Now, we are calling Dr. Smock out of order because we're running so far behind. But prior to him testifying, if Dr. Hickman were to come in on the stand, he would tell this court that when he received the reports in January, he believed the manner of death to be homicide.
That will be his testimony, the coroner's testimony.
Delaware County Coroner Mark Hickman.
Okay.
He will tell you then, they get the report from Smock, and then it is a paperwork issue that takes so long to get this death certificate officially done and signed later. The paperwork issue is because the remains were at Ohio State. In the coroner's world in Delaware County, whoever has remains initiates the death certificate, whether it's a funeral home, whether it's Montgomery County Coroner's Office. OSU was supposed to be initiating the death certificate. However, the forensic anthropologist unit at Ohio State University can't do that for whatever reason. So they are going back and forth trying to figure out how to get this death certificate started so that it can come in, be finished and done with. And they learned that they could do it themselves when the remains were not in their possession. And that's what they did, and that's what took so long to get the death certificate. It's not because of Dr. Smock's report. Now, Dr. Hickman will definitely say it was influential, but he will say after getting that Montgomery County Coroner's Office report and the forensic anthropologist report, he knew it wasn't a suicide, and he would say it was a homicide.
No, he didn't.
You, Dr. Hickman.
Yes.
Well,
No, he didn't.
And one more thing, please.
go ahead.
And Your Honor, the state of Ohio is in a coroner system. So testimony regarding.
You want to know? Now,
examiners
you want to know what they're
is-
talking about? They're saying that Hickman, who's the coroner,
So
in Delaware
testimony
County, he wouldn't. He's saying that he knew it was suicide right after the Agnew report, but he couldn't issue a death certificate because they didn't know how to get the remains out of OSU. That's nonsense. It's not really going to make a lot of sense, but they didn't want me to get a death certificate, so they held it back. This is just an excuse. They're saying that Hickman wasn't able to release the death certificate because they weren't able to get. There was a paperwork issue with OSU. They weren't able to release her remains from OSU. The funeral people, which is just nonsense. They were delaying. They were delaying it so that I couldn't get a hold of a death certificate. So that I couldn't get anything going. Part of that was the pressure of keeping the death certificate away from me, so I couldn't move on. I was just sitting there waiting for a death certificate. Everybody was waiting for the death certificate. They didn't want to give it out. They didn't want, because who knows? Maybe I could have done something with her remains, got her remains back. Who knows? But they didn't want me or anyone else to get her death certificate. So what they're saying right now is, I don't know if it's very important. I don't even know if anybody who's really going to understand why she's so vehemently. Look what she's doing. She's all upset about this because they've been caught. They've been caught in a lie. This is like them being incompetent, and it's showing right now, and she's trying to defend it. Are you hearing me?
I was just muted. I muted myself while she was speaking.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, no, I got you. I understand it.
I don't know if you understand that part of it, but I explained it the best I could. I don't know if I could explain it.
It's cool,
better,
good.
but all right. Push play. We're good.
With on a YouTube video, I don't think should be applicable. There are differences to both systems, okay? Now, I believe after the court hears from the training and expertise of Dr. Smock, you're going to find he has more experience than most forensic pathologists, than most coroners. And he certainly can opine based on his training and experience. He's a medical doctor. He's done emergency room. I won't get into all of it. You know where I'm going.
I guess the original question is, who can testify as to manner and mode of death? And I believe under the coroner system of Ohio, that rests exclusively with the coroner. And it's my understanding, as you just indicated, the coroner is going to say that. I don't think anyone else is authorized to say that other than the coroner. Now, you're telling me the coroner relied upon Dr. Spock's report to render his decision? In part.
In part, Your
Okay,
Honor.
that's fine.
And he does also rely on the Montgomery County coroner's information. He also relies on the forensic anthropologist's information
I assume
in
so.
coming to his conclusion.
No one
And
else.
he's permitted
No
to
one
do
else
that.
would say it was murder until the Smock report. Nobody. Hickman wouldn't. She's saying Hickman knew it wasn't suicide when in January. It's just not so. Then why didn't he come out with a death certificate? Right.
True. True.
You know what I mean? Because he didn't want to
Yeah.
say it was murder. You wait until you see this dude on the stand. He knows. Just wait until you see it. I don't know if we've ever seen him, but there's a huge delay. That's awful. Delay. Trying to fix that.
No, it might be me. It's all right. I'm playing about with. I can't hear through my headphones, so I'm trying to wiggle about here at the time.
As the coroner.
I'm not arguing. I don't think we're having an issue with Dr. Hickman at this point. I think he's good. And I think everything you said can come in and he can testify as to those issues and ultimately his findings. The question on the table is, can your expert witness say what the manner and mode is? And I think that's probably not appropriate. I think that's the sole, under the statutes of Ohio, the sole responsibility of the coroner. He can testify as to his findings, and certainly those are the findings that were relied upon in part by your coroner. And so you can get that in, and the coroner can address that issue as to what he found to be instructive in those reports as part of his decision. But I think the testimony of the doctor should be a lot like what we've had with this particular witness, the specific findings that were utilized by the coroner ultimately making that decision. So I think the answer is he shouldn't be testifying as to what his conclusion is as to what the outcome is. Now, he certainly can say, and I presume he would, that tying a rope around your neck is not consistent with the types of injuries down here. I don't know if he's going to say that or not, but I think that's kind of the issue here. Did the ligature cause these injuries, or was another mechanism that caused the injuries? He can talk about the difference between the two, but without him actually saying this is a homicide, because that's the sole job of the coroner.
Your Honor, and respectfully.
I mean, if a police officer comes on a scene and sees somebody with a bullet hole in the head, I think they can come to a conclusion that, and there's no gun present, it's a homicide, but that's not their role. The officer doesn't say it's a homicide, the coroner does. So I'm using that analogy. So.
If I may, defense counsel has had this report since the beginning of the case when we first handed over discovery. They're just now pointing these two issues out to the state. I would request 30 to 45 minutes to review some specific case law and the statute, because respectfully, I disagree that an expert outside of the Delaware County coroner cannot offer an opinion as to the manner and cause of death. So if you would please permit us that opportunity, because this is vital. And again, the defense has sat on it.
313.19
That's correct.
indicates that the cause of death, the manner and mode in which death occurs, shall be the legally accepted manner and mode in which such death occurred, and the legally accepted cause of death as delivered by the coroner. So the statute says the coroner will do that, and that's my ruling. The coroner will do that, but nobody else will. Okay?
Your Honor,
Agreeing.
then I'm going to.
You can make a record. I made my ruling. If you want to make a record, go ahead.
No, Your Honor, I understand.
Your exceptions are noted.
I'm requesting time at the end of Dr. Agnew then to spend with my witness to ensure we
Have somebody else
respect
do
the
that.
court's ruling.
Oh, well, sure, you can do that. I think Mr. Sleeper is examining this witness, so feel free to go out and talk to your witness.
I don't think it's fair to ask someone to depart during the trial. Judge, I also
All right,
asked,
if you want a break, I'll give you the break. That's fine. I'll give you the break, no problem.
I just want to make sure that I understand the court's ruling. 31319 says,
The court's ruling is the Whittier, Dr. Smock is not going to be saying this is a homicide.
That's right, dude.
what
That's
he's going
right.
to say it's a staged suicide.
Whatever. Let them say that.
Let's go,
The only
Judge.
person,
Let's
the
go,
only
Judge.
person, the only person in the state of Ohio that can tell you what the cause of death is the coroner. They're trying to get the
Yeah.
Schmuck guy to be able to say, hey, the cause of death was this or that. And it's a big deal to them for whatever reason.
That's a huge deal. Huge deal. I mean, it's incompetence that they even suggest that even brings her in. Should even a judge made a correct ruling. Now they're trying to fight it because they got nothing. They got nothing.
No one was willing to say it was a homicide except Schmuck, whatever the fuck his name is. And so that's why they waited so long. But then they're going to turn around and say, hey, we weren't, everybody thought it was a homicide right away, whatever. And they did go to, well, then why didn't when the Agnew report came out, when they got done with her at the Montgomery County coroner, why didn't you just say, hey, this is a homicide? They didn't say it was a homicide at Montgomery County. And the lady at OSU couldn't determine that. She doesn't have the skills, or she doesn't. That's not what she does. And then they're going to say, hey, the coroner didn't say it until after the Smock report because he needed Smock's report. He wasn't going to say it was a homicide either. I think that's what they're getting at. And this guy's just telling everybody, hey, nobody's going to tell anybody about as far as when it comes to the means of death or how she died, except the coroner, who's Hickman in Delaware County. So.
Yeah, correct. Good. Right. Let's listen to that. That's good.
That's not been objected to. So the only thing he's not allowed to say is then that his opinion is this is homicide. That's the only objection. I want to make sure I understand.
Well, I suppose there is a distinction there, but that's fine. There's a lot of examination on direct across that can flesh this out. So we'll let the system do its thing. So thank you, Mark.
Just make sure I.
Yeah, you got it. Good question. I guess you could bring your witness in too.
She's right outside the right.
Okay, I put a copy of the report and the addendum up there.
Thank you.
Those are the marked exhibits.
Okay,
Sorry, I didn't have those before.
no problem.
Dylan, you haven't seen this yet?
No, mate.
You haven't seen this
No.
yet? You haven't seen Agnew? Oh, great. Cool. You're gonna dig this, man.
Yeah, no. No, I've not seen any of it. That's why I'm trying to watch it live, you know what I mean? So with you, my brother.
Any questions, just ask. This lady got it on, man. So
For this Matt guy, I don't know if anyone says this much anymore, but sorry your wife died, dude. How were you even able to properly grieve with this going on? You probably need therapy, homie. Yeah. He's grieving now.
absolutely. Lots of therapy.
Yes, it is. It is, Lou. It is. There.
I believe we are in cross-examination. Are you still consider yourself under oath? Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Agnew, I have, as I indicated to you just a minute ago, I put a complete copy of your report and also the addendum up there, just in case you need to look at them as opposed to the electronic.
Thank you.
Sure. Looking at page 3 of 10 of the report, I just kind of want to go through the report and just talk about some things that I noticed. Showing you States Exhibit 127. Again, that was the tag that you were, I think you were asked about that, where it says Emily Noble WF52. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And going to your report, under the age at death section, I just want to, the last sentence, which results in the age of 27.3 to 49.1. That's the age range with respect to, based on your work in this case, that was the age range you say. Tell me what the mean is on your results like that. What's your plus minus? Or is the plus minus incorporated in?
For that range, the standard deviation is incorporated in.
Okay, so it's not like 41.1 years plus or minus 3. That's not what it is. This is your range for how old she was.
Correct.
And I just point this out. Obviously, we know from this that it just says 52, which certainly doesn't mean it's true. But obviously, from your work, you did the testing and you determined her age to be between 27.3 and 49.1. Is that right?
Just to clarify, what I determined was the categorization of the macroscopic indicator on her pelvis, which is listed as a phase 4 from the published methods of Brooks and Suchi. And that method is what then determines the age range, not me.
So you used your literature, right? What do you call the scale? What do you call phase 4?
Yes, it would be a scale.
So you used the scale, right? Coupled with your experience and training, and this was your determination as included in your report.
Yes.
I want to just down here, when you talk about the ancestry, just curious with respect to you including the nasal aperture width and the nasal bone contour. If there's so much deformation to that area, would you agree with me that you probably shouldn't have scored that? Or would you disagree with me?
I would disagree. Those particular features aren't only in the areas of antemortem trauma that would interfere with that, but they are part of that method with those 6 different traits. So they were included, but not relied upon solely.
I want to show you what's been marked as 6 of 10. This is in your report. Tell me, and would you agree that the photographs in your report with respect to any facial trauma, antemortem, perimortem, or the like, are on page 6 of 10? Tell me if I'm wrong.
Are you asking if all of them are included there, or?
In your report, you have your pictures begin, do they not, on page 5 of 10?
Yes.
Okay. And then we go to 6 of 10, which is right here.
Correct.
And then we go to 7 of 10, right? And 8 of 10.
There's pictures on those pages, yes.
No, my question is pictures of the face. The face. Those are on page 6 of 10.
Correct.
The other pictures in your report are either of the neck area or the femur or the scapula. There are different areas.
There are different areas that are not the face.
So I just want to focus the jurors in when they have your report that page 6 has 4 photos on it. And those are the 4 photos in your report with respect to any head trauma.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at page 6 of 10. Showing you here, this is the picture in your report. And here you use colored circles, do you not? And when I say here, I mean in your report.
Correct.
And the purple circle in this, in the nasal aperture picture, you are identifying as plastic deformation, are you not?
The blue circle does include some evidence of plastic deformation.
And that was the purpose of the blue circle around the aperture in your report.
Yes.
And plastic deformation, would you agree, is essentially bent bone?
It's not quite as simple as that. No.
Okay, but what is plastic deformation?
Plastic deformation refers to, in the sense of bone that has deformed to the point where it can't go back to its original state. So bones bend regularly without breaking. And that would not include plastic deformation. So when it is plastic, it's reached beyond the point of being able to return to its original state.
So let's just say that if there's a break in your arm, you can have a break, can you not, reset so that the bone is realigned, right?
Correct.
You would expect then to see based on your description of plastic deformation, that if a bone breaks and it's malaligned, as in it hasn't been reset, there could be some plastic deformation there.
That plastic deformation is referring to the change in the bone during the event that caused it, yet we can see evidence for it later.
So just a yes or no, or I don't know, with respect to if there was a break and it heals when it's malaligned, is it your testimony that you would expect or could see plastic deformation? Yes or no?
It's possible.
Here in this picture, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39, which is 139, which is a closer, just a single shot of the nasal aperture. Would you agree?
Yes.
And in showing you previously in your report, the circle, and I'm doing a rough circle, but is around the entire nasal aperture. You don't have a picture in your report specifically pointing to the deformation. Would you agree with me on that? You just have it in circle.
Correct. It's just indicating the general area.
So the general area is where you see it.
Specific.
Oh, tell me which one you'd like to use.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Specifically, it's in this area.
So your testimony is the plastic deformation is in, and I didn't need to circle it, is in the, let's do it again so the jury's, I won't circle over.
It's in this area.
That area right there. So when you encircle this whole area, really you're talking about this area in terms of plastic deformation. I just want to be clear because it matters.
There is likely also some evidence of it in this area as well.
So, truth response, hello. We did speak about you at the start. I introduced you to Matt. Matt was saying he just and finalised the book. But yeah, we were just saying Matt's details are in the box.
You're going in and out, Dylan. I'm sorry.
Am I going in and out? Am I?
No, it's
Maybe I
me.
need to do this.
It's me. Did you ask me something? I wasn't
No, it might
sure.
be me as well, mate. No, I'll say this stream today. We were saying about truth and transparency, the channel, and she's just popped in now to try and get in touch with you, so you can go on onto her channel, onto her show.
She can just ask Connie for my number.
There we are.
Just ask Connie.
There we
Connie's
are.
got my number.
If they were calling his number, you can arrange that, or if not, his details are in my description box as well. True transparency. Thank you for showing this. I love the record. Yes, great game on, wasn't she? It's going in and out, but Connie was awesome when she came on. And just finished the books, editing the book now, and they just found a publisher for the second book to go out. So, Matt let us know, but we're struggle bus. We're not exactly technically savvy, both of us, so we're struggling today with the tech side. My head's not even looking. Something my speakers, which I don't even know if
Am I going
even
in and out
hear
too?
it,
Also,
so.
am I going in and out?
Dylan? On my headphones, yes, but on my here, you're fine. So I don't know, fucking know, mate. I mean,
I can just play it.
I'll do that, Matt. Thank you. But I thought call her today and get that. I want to post your book. Happy to get your story out there. No, do you know what? True transparency. We really appreciate that because we're on week 22, I believe. We're on this stream. We're trying to push it out today, but the more streamers up, push Matt and have him on, the better. So thank you for doing that for us. And I was mentioning your name popped up because Kim, one of my stream members, she was speaking about you and Idaho Force. I'll have to we'll have to speak to you about Idaho Force stuff because I know you do deep dives. So reading that a little bit, but not chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, let's get on for a little bit. Any questions, let us know, guys. But as you know, just yeah, we're trying our best here. We're trying our best. Uh, what do we always say about you, Matt? I don't know. I don't know.
Just any questions, write them down maybe, and I'll try to get to them at some point
Yeah,
if there's any questions at all. that I
it's
can
all
answer.
good. It's all good. But we're not struggling today, so we're being right here.
Yeah, you're going in and out.
Happy days, yeah. Would love to. Would love to. Would love to. Thank you. Right, let's crack on then. See what's happening.
Well, but most of it is in this area here. It's very difficult to see in these pictures, of course.
And right here, of course, is where you have marked in picture C, antemortem trauma.
Yes.
So we have plastic deformation where there's antemortem trauma. Okay. Want to just make sure too, in terms of your report, showing you, this is, again, page 6 of 10. The green circles here are showing the viewer of your report antemortem trauma, right?
Correct.
So before, is that right?
Yes.
Then
With evidence of
today-
healing.
I'm sorry?
You said before. I just wanted to clarify that there's evidence of healing.
There's evidence of healing. And we know that one of the things that you can look for in evidence of healing is if it's shiny or rounded edges. Would you agree with me on that?
Rounded edges, yes. Shiny, no.
Okay. And because the bones were also put into peroxide. So, well, withdraw that question. So, and then you were shown State's Exhibit 141. And in 141, you're not using circles when you testified today. You're using arrows. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, those are arrows.
And in your report, you've got 2 circles here. And are there any other circles in that image, C, or just the 2 antemortem?
There's only the 2 green circles in figure 5C.
And then noticed in what you testified to today in State's Exhibit 141, there's now this arrow here. Do you see that?
I do. That's indicated in figure 5B.
So let's go to 5B. 5B is this photo right here. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to make sure that where you're saying there is the perimortem trauma, I'm very clear on it. So corresponding with State's Exhibit 141, is 141 corresponding to that circle up there?
The red arrow in the left-hand photo in 141 is indicating the top red circle in figure 5B. Yes.
Okay. Then let's go back and really talk about this. This area right here, would you agree that it's the same area right there?
Yes.
Okay. Because your arrow is in 2 different places. And so I just want to know which of the arrows is
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike the comment. About the location of the arrow, she can ask a question about it, but she's making comments about what the pictures look like without asking a question.
Okay, I'm not sure I followed the question. Would you ask the question
Sure,
again,
Your
please?
Honor. It appears the arrows, right? We know that this general area is the same as this general area. So I'm asking you, and I understand they're in different perspectives, but this area, this arrow appears to be in the middle-ish. This appears to be on the top. Tell me if I'm wrong, because I want to really understand where you see the perimortem trauma.
Along the edge that both arrows are indicating, which is very difficult to see from 2D photographs. So it looks different from different perspectives. The picture on the left is a superior photograph and one perspective, and the picture on the right is an anterior. So one is from the top and one is from the front. So it would be very difficult to get the arrow in the exact same place.
As I recall from your report that these photos were taken with the stereoscopic camera. Am I right about that? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
Okay. And check your report, but let me know.
Can you clarify what the question is?
Yeah. Which camera did you use to take these pictures?
The stereoscopic camera, or the camera attached to the stereoscopic microscope, is indicated in photo C.
And so I thought I heard in your direct examination when you were asked about the stereoscopic photos, you said essentially it's a microscope that allows you to see things that the naked eye couldn't see. Do you remember telling the jurors that?
I don't remember my exact wording.
Sound about right? Or no? Does it not sound right?
I cannot remember if I said those words.
The microscope, the stereoscopic microscope, allows you as a researcher to see things under the lens that you might not be able to see with your own eyes. That's literally why you use it, is it not?
Yeah, you might not be able to see it.
And that camera, that stereoscopic microscope, has a camera in it, right? There's a camera that's part of it that captures the same photos that you see through the microscope. Is that right?
Essentially, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 144. And tell me if I'm wrong, but State's Exhibit 144, is this picture in your report?
This exact depiction, no.
And do you remember when I came to your office and we talked about this picture in particular?
I vaguely recall it, yes.
Okay. And I asked you, we were talking about Auntie, and I said, well, this appears to be healed here, so this couldn't be perimortem. Do you remember when I asked you that question?
No.
Because one fracture cannot be both peri and antemortem. Wouldn't you agree with me on that?
I wouldn't agree necessarily.
Would you disagree?
It's possible that an existing fracture that had started to heal could again be re-injured.
And then we didn't ever have this picture in your report, but now we have the arrow here indicating perimortem. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me in the companion picture in 144 that this is the nasal aperture, the nasal spine right here. Would you agree with me on that?
That's the anterior nasal spine, yes.
Yes. And there's no circle or arrow or anything there.
No.
And this photo is called anti and perimortem trauma, and there's no circle in the nasal spine.
Correct.
Also not included in your report with respect to antemortem fractures, and I know I asked you about this too when we were together, are all the rib fractures that were observed on the right rib, the left rib, the left rib, the left rib. I think there was 4 rib fractures. Do you agree with me on that on page 7 of 10 of your report?
Yes, I see that.
And remember, I asked you why there aren't pictures of those antemortem fractures in your report, and you agreed there weren't.
There are not.
When we're talking about antemortem, perimortem, postmortem, you would agree with me, and we talked about this, that every individual's bones heal in a different way. Right?
Correct.
There are different factors that could influence perhaps how my bones heal versus your bones heal. Things like diet, genetics, if I have osteoporosis and maybe my bones aren't as healthy or strong as someone else's might be. Those are all things to consider when we're just kind of looking at issues with respect to bones, trauma, the like, right? We all heal different.
That's a true statement.
And then I guess I'll just jump to this photo, which page 8 of 10 in your report.
She's just so good, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
She simplifies it. She's fantastic.
You can understand.
Understand what she's talking about, right?
Yeah, she simplifies it.
It's like it brings up questions, right? Why are you keyed in on something that the eye couldn't even see? How did you know to go to the nose? She's supposed to be looking at the entire the remains as a whole. And she's using it as some sort of scope to scope in on her nose. And what they did is she scoped in on the margin, the ridge of her nose aperture, which has intrinsic they just naturally look like perimortem trauma. I don't know how to explain it. Man. Wait till you see it.
You don't need to. She's doing it. You don't need to.
Right.
She's doing it. So, hi, Tudley.
8 of 10. This is, you recognize this as page 8 of 10.
Yes.
Okay. And this is a stereoscopic image of an osteolytic lesion. And then I want to give you a closer up photo of this image depicted here, showing the witness what I've marked as defendant's exhibit FF. Dr. Agnew, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And that's noted in your report, again, on page 8 of 10. You're familiar with osteoporosis or osteopenia, I presume, from your work on skeletons?
Yes.
And tell the jurors what that is, or let's start with osteopenia. What is that?
Osteopenia is a clinically diagnosed low bone mass, essentially.
And low bone mass means what?
It means that the person that's being assessed compared to a similar demographic has lower than essentially the average bone mass.
And in layperson's terms, if I have osteopenia, my bones aren't as strong as maybe a same or similar person.
I would not say that.
Okay, well, they aren't. What's the lay? How would you say?
That compared to the average person, that you had been clinically diagnosed as having a lower bone mass.
A lower bone mass. So compared to the average person, I have a lower bone mass. And you would or wouldn't agree that that means that my bone is strong as the average person?
No, to me, strong means a different,
Okay.
it has a different meaning.
Okay, this picture right here is depicting what?
An osteolytic lesion on the scapula.
And you noted that because this goes right to the issue that we were just talking about, right? With respect to bone strength, density, et cetera, right?
No, it was noted because it's an anomaly on the skeleton.
Okay. What about the osteolytic lesions or on this picture showing you what's been marked? I thought you had an osteolytic lesion on the scapula, did you not?
Yes, that's the same lesion.
So tell the jurors on defense exhibit GG where it is.
This, sorry. It's underneath my green
Okay.
squiggle now.
And so then this, the other picture that I showed you, is a close-up of that. Is that right?
Correct.
And the stereoscopic camera captures this photograph, and we know that from your report.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go to. Did you take the X-rays of the fibula and the on 9 of 10?
Yes.
You took those X-rays.
Me personally?
Yes.
I pushed the button. Yes.
Okay, that's just what I was wondering, because I want to make sure that you took the X-rays and you personally also took the photos that are contained in the report, or was that Angela Hart?
Angela and I worked together to take the images of the gross pictures, the overview pictures, the stereoscopic images, as well as the X-rays.
So are you not able to say actually which pictures you took and which pictures Angela took?
I don't recall.
Have you ever done a mummified case before?
Yes.
How many?
I don't recall.
Of the 50 to 100 cases you don't recall, how many were mummified?
No.
How many of those mummified cases that you don't recall did you write reports? Do you recall that?
No.
The moment you're on the line. Give me my notes. Yes. I know we talked about just before the lunch break about your inclusion in your report about the molars and how you had been told that they had been submitted for DNA, and then you later learned that actually at least one of the molars was at the state. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Ask you the greater form. Well, I'll just use this one. Page 5 of 10. 5 of 10.
Hey, baseball dad. Enjoy yourself, my friend. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're enjoying the Karen coverage as well. Hope you're enjoying it, my friend. And
There
good
was
luck.
testimony about the missing greater horn. Right? You said that it was missing. It wasn't there for your analysis.
Correct.
Showing you your report. Oh, perfect. This is State's Exhibit 131. This is a closer image of it. And in the trauma section in your report, you tell me if you need to refer to it, you indicate that it's not present for analysis, right?
Correct.
Where is it?
I have no idea.
So when we're looking at this fracture, without that, you would agree that we don't have the companion bone here.
Correct.
And obviously you testified that you went back to the scene and it also wasn't recovered at the scene. You are familiar, of course, and something we talked about just generally with respect to anytime there is a body that's left in the elements, there could always be insect or maggot or some kind of animal activity, right?
It's always possible.
Always possible. And I just want to be clear that with respect to where that bone is you have no information about that.
No.
And you also testified as to 4 different fractures. And I just also want to make sure in your report that you describe them as consistent fractures with respect to State's Exhibit 131. Do you agree with me on that?
I said, or indicated that they were in consistent locations bilaterally.
In consistent locations, and you make that determination without this other bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of course, without the other bone, we don't get to see the edge of what would be there.
Correct.
Tell me if you'd like me to approach, but do you see, and this comes across as so bright because the bone is white. This area right here is, I'm sorry, is State's Exhibit 142. Thank you, Your Honor. And again, just this is the eye socket generally, is it not?
Yes, this region is the eye orbit.
And I know that in your report, you don't note any post-mortem trauma. But as you look at that picture, or at any point through your work in this case, do you see or the post-mortem trauma in that eye socket area?
Yes, in this region to the ethmoid bone.
But that's not in your report.
No.
Show the jurors, it's where the area
Dylan,
is.
catch that?
So that's post-mortem trauma.
There's post-mortem trauma to her eye socket that she admits, Agnew admits it's there, that she doesn't put in her report.
Yeah, no, I just caught that now.
Yeah.
And Diane keeps banging that fact.
Yes. All right, go ahead.
So Dave, someone is almost 44. No. 42, my friend, 42. Not 44.
So right?
It's postmortem damage.
Damage. The bone is dry here.
All of the bone is dry.
And this, you've been asked to do a forensic and a pathological analysis, and in your report, you don't include the post-mortem damage.
Correct.
Nothing further. Get your photos.
Doug, I do a few follow-up questions.
Agnew's a hack.
Were all of the photos that you took during your assessment of the
What?
Agnew. She's a hack, but not our hack.
She is a hack. Diane Gora nailed it. Dave said, thank you, friend. Yeah, no, I'm 41 now, 42 tomorrow, 69. So in the report, she did include the post-mortem damage. There's a lot of things she didn't put into her post-mortem report, which Diane has now left that with the jury. I don't know what he's going to try and do.
I can't hear you.
Go on in. Go on, Matt.
No, it's fine. I can't hear you. That's all. You're going in and out. It's fine.
Oh, fuck. Is that me or is that you? Oh, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
The skeleton included in your written report?
No.
Or were those photographs included with your written report so they could be reviewed, the ones you didn't pick out and put in the report themselves?
Yes.
You were asked about this missing hyoid bone. Can you give the jury an idea of the size of one of the horns of the hyoid?
Yes, it varies per person, of course, but it's a very, very small, fragile bone. And the greater horn is probably about the size of your maybe pinky fingernail.
So it looks big in these
Yeah, it's
microscope
hard to tell.
photos. That's how tiny of a structure we're talking about there.
Yes.
Was the lack of that horn on the hyoid, did that prevent you from being able to tell whether or not this was a unilateral or a bilateral fracture of the hyoid?
No, because the middle portion of the hyoid was present where part of that fracture margin was still present. So we only had half of the fracture, but it was still able to be analyzed.
And so with respect to your determination of that being perimortem trauma to that side of the hyoid, was that finding impacted in any way by the fact that you didn't have the horn itself?
No.
You were also asked a question about animal activity. Is there a term that you would use for post-mortem animal activity that affects a skeleton?
That would likely fall under taphonomic damage, or we would call that scavenging evidence.
And what does taphonomic damage mean? What is that?
Taphonomic just refers to any processes that affect the skeleton after death. So in this case, it could be an animal. It could also be a tree root.
In your review of these remains, did you find any evidence of scavenging activity?
No.
Finally, you were asked some questions back before lunch about the process of tissue being removed from the bones. If damage had occurred to the bones during that process, what would that look like?
It would depend on the type of damage. I have seen before a scalpel blade accidentally nicking a bone and leaving a very clear, sharp defect on the bone. So that is something that could commonly happen.
Could any damage caused, again, not saying there was, but if there was damage caused during the processing of the bones, would that in any way look similar to perimortem trauma that occurred to those same bones?
No.
So is there any possibility that anything that occurred during processing would make it so you couldn't differentiate between that and the perimortem trauma that you've testified about?
No.
One more. I don't know if about this, I think.
Yes, very briefly. You would agree with me when you're asked questions about any possibility that you know as a scientist. Science is not 100%.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope.
The question was, is there any certainty? And you said no, and I just want to make sure that you know as a scientist, you cannot say anything, even with respect to your best area and expertise and training. Nothing is 100% in science. Is that correct?
Nothing is already an absolute, so I can't agree with that.
Nothing is already an absolute. Nothing in life is an absolute, right? Okay. And then I just want to make sure, I thought I heard you on redirect use the word, 1 second. You said fragile bone. Do you remember testifying to that just a second ago, using those words?
I don't recall.
Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? You got any questions? If we prepare those for us.
I'm not sure. It's my issue, not your issue, before you think it is. Am I better now or not?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep, you're coming
Am I
good.
still going in and out?
Nope.
I don't know anymore if anyone can even hear me anymore.
Yeah, you're coming in good now. You did something.
Cool. Okay. Thank you, Tudley.
So,
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, my
this Agnew lady.
mic is playing up a little bit. Yeah.
They Agnew
Go on, Matt.
said that she used some sort of a scope to find perimortem trauma to the ridge of her nose aperture. That's bad news for me, if you believe that. How else is that? How else are those injuries going to get there?
Shocker.
Right. The neck injuries could be explained. She was out there. I mean, she was 4 months hanging from a rope. That's my contention, was when those injuries happened to her neck. But how did those injuries happen to her face if she hung herself? Well, you're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
Right, this jury questions.
I have a few questions. I'll read these to you, and I'm going to kind of bounce around, so there may not be real consistency.
This is her first time testifying
Were
at
you
trial.
aware that when you received the remains that there were tennis shoes on the feet?
When I received the remains, there were no tennis shoes or clothing present.
Okay.
They took her shoes off at Montgomery.
Would you be able to answer the question of
You can keep going. It's no big deal.
why are toes missing on the report when there were tennis shoes on the feet at the scene? You feel comfortable answering that?
I analyzed what was present when the remains were brought to me. And so I have no knowledge of anything that happened before that.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to tell how long ago the antemortem nasal trauma occurred?
No, I could not speculate about the amount of time that has passed since that healing started.
Emily broke her nose when
What
she was a kid.
factors influence perimortem fractures to appear as perimortem trauma? Is it days, weeks, or months later? Does the environment have an impact? Or
I just want people to realize that Emily broke her nose when she was a kid.
Right. So there's antemortem trauma to her nose, and if you look at the, she has blue arrows pointing to it all around where this old trauma happened. That's where that's coming from. I don't know if we make the case that maybe she misdiagnosed those injuries. I don't think she did. Maybe she did, but I don't know. I'm not sure. But there was a whole bunch of it compared to what they said was perimortem. Perimortem trauma is what is the type of trauma that happens at or around death. And there was one fucking arrow at the ridge of her nose aperture. And they're saying that was me beating my wife to death. But she breaks her nose when she's a kid, you know what I mean? On playing around on a swing or something. And there's trauma all over the place. There's healed trauma all over the place. So I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but that does to me.
Good. Getting that additional info from you was good. So thanks for sharing that, man. But yeah,
Sure.
this is just shit. This is bullshit, man.
This woman's an opportunist. She's a fucking hack. Look at her. Give me a break. This is her first trial that she's testifying at, by the way.
Those biomechanical characteristics.
Oops. Yeah.
Six for the bone to display perimortem features cannot happen if the bone isn't hydrated. So it needs to be in its normal, fresh state for that to occur. And in terms of a specific timeline, I can't say how long that fresh state could have been extended under different circumstances.
The environment could have an impact upon that time frame.
Yes.
Okay. How is it possible that no animal scavenger in the body was evident after 4 months in a wooded area?
That is surprising, but it is possible. And I am confident that we found no evidence of that scavenging on the skeleton. I can't say what happened to any of the missing elements. And so we can't rule out scavenging activity completely. I can only say that there was no evidence of it on the remains.
And did you note any rib fractures?
Antemortem rib fractures, yes.
So they were not perimortem.
No, they were not.
And
Yes.
the last question, did you receive the autopsy report from Montgomery County?
No, I have never seen that.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
No question, Your Honor.
All right. Defense have any questions?
I think just when you're talking about perimortem and you said fresh, and I just want to clarify since it's been brought up again. Perimortem, because you can't tell, it could possibly be days or weeks or even months. That time frame at or around death.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Let me sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, before the next witness testifies, there are some legal matters that need to be addressed that do not require your assistance. So not formally the afternoon break, but we are going to take a short break till we get those prepared and resolved, and then we can call the next witness. So remember the court's admonition. We'll call you back in just.
Good work. This is interesting.
Say again, mate.
Good work. Fast forwarding it like that. Good work. Oh, look at this. You're not gonna beat this fucking guy. You can't make this dude up. Let it go. It's cool. Just watch this guy.
Okay, should we just read the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What the fuck is that on your head? Your wife let you go out looking like that? Look at that fucking thing. What's it, a squirrel?
Good afternoon.
He's got a squirrel on his head.
Can you please state your name for the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, Dr. Bill Smock, S-M-O-C-K.
Formal name, William.
That's what my mom calls me.
I'm going to call you Dr. Smock.
This guy puts people in
Yes,
jail
And
for prison
where
for
are you
life
from?
for things they didn't do.
Louisville, Kentucky.
Horrible
And what is
prison.
your current profession?
I am the police surgeon for the Louisville Metro Police Department, the medical director for the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention, and a clinical professor of emergency medicine at the University of Louisville.
We're going to unpack that in just a moment, but you can take a moment and flip through that document. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And what is it?
It is my resume or curriculum vitae,
And what is the date on the top of it?
April 2021.
So that's current as of April 2021.
That is correct.
How many pages is it?
83.
Double-sided?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You want permission to publish to the jury? Place the first page of State's Exhibit 145 on the overhead. And I want to talk a little bit first about your educational background. Can you give the jury a history of your schooling, etc.?
Yes, ma'am. I went to college at a small college called Center College in Danville, Kentucky. Graduated in 1981. Then obtained a master's degree in anatomy from the University of Louisville School of Medicine. Then entered medical school in 1986 and graduated in 1990. I then completed a residency in emergency medicine at the University of Louisville School of Medicine. and then completed a 1-year fellowship in clinical forensic medicine with Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office.
And what does that entail?
Which the
The
residency,
fellowship,
the
yeah,
fellowship,
we'll start there.
residency is training for doctors. The training in emergency medicine was 3 years. It was at what's called a level 1 trauma center, which means it's a highest level of trauma care that can be provided anywhere in the country. It's where the doctors train. It's where medical students train. So we, at our level 1 trauma center, we get 100, 120 patients a day, gunshot stabs, beatings, strangulations. When you're injured, you go to a trauma center, hopefully that high level. So we did
100
that for 3 years,
patients a day.
taking care of thousands of patients.
Stabbings, shootings, strangulations. And where is this guy working? Was this New York City or something? Or? Go ahead, Dylan.
Every year. Then after graduating, then completed a fellowship, which is a 1-year program of additional training with the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office. What that means is being trained by forensic pathologists, attending autopsies every day, and applying that science of forensic medicine to dead people, but principally to living patients. So in Louisville, you don't have to die to see a forensic doctor. So if you're stabbed, beaten, strangled, whatever, gunshot wound, the police can actually request that a forensic doctor or nurse come to the emergency department or the intensive care unit and do what we call a living forensic autopsy. Look at your injuries just like the pathologist does, but we don't get into you. You're still alive.
And so you have your medical degree, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you are a medical
Big
doctor.
deal.
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your training and experience in emergency room medicine, did you become and pass your board certification examinations in that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what years were those?
In 1994 and then 2004.
And you indicated that you completed your fellowship at the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office. What is a medical examiner's office in Kentucky?
In Kentucky, that's where forensic autopsies are performed. We have forensic pathologists on staff. We have forensic pathology residents that are also part of that training program. So when a coroner in Kentucky says we would like an autopsy on someone who died for whatever reason, then they go to the medical examiner, and that's where the autopsy is performed.
And you completed a 1-year fellowship there.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What is clinical forensic medicine?
Clinical forensic medicine is taking that same forensic pathology science, but applying it to, most of the time, to that living patient. So again, the patient who gets shot, stabbed, beaten, that comes to our trauma center to do that living forensic autopsy. Same science, same principles of forensic medicine, but applying it to the living patient most of the time. Sometimes we do it on deceased where we're trying to figure out who was the driver, who was the passenger in a car, but most of the time it's for living patients.
And you also indicated that you've received a training from forensic pathologists. What are forensic pathologists?
Forensic pathologists are the doctors that perform autopsies.
Have you been trained by forensic pathologists?
Yes, ma'am, since 1994 was when I first began receiving training from forensic pathologists in the analysis of injuries.
And can you describe that training?
Yes, ma'am. Beginning in 1984 was when I did my master's degree in anatomy. At that time, I became an investigator for the medical examiner's office and the Jefferson County coroner's office. And that would include going to scenes to document what were the conditions at that scene where that individual died, photographing the injuries, the situation, then going the next day to the autopsy, documenting the injuries that we found at autopsy, and then going back to the scene and reconstructing what happened. Usually it was involved motor vehicle trauma, but there were other cases of other types of trauma where I would, as part of the investigation, part of the master's degree, was go to every fatal motor vehicle collision that occurred in Jefferson County during an 18-month period.
And then you indicated that you've worked with pathologists ever since then.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And with what frequency?
He's a car accident guy.
From 1991 through 97, I was an assistant medical examiner at the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office. Continue to work with pathologists at the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office, actually to the current time, but also work with forensic pathologists at other agencies around the country. Denver Medical Examiner's Office, trained them. San Diego Medical Examiner's Office, trained forensic pathologists in other countries, including Scotland, England, Colombia in South America, Australia.
So you've participated in forensic autopsies.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many or approximately?
No, thousands.
And have you been trained to actually perform an autopsy?
Yes, ma'am. I was trained to be what's called the diener, some people call it an autopsy assistant. That means that I was the one who would actually make the incision in the body, open it up, cut the organs out, hand them to the forensic pathologist for them to do additional dissection, put the organs back in, sew the body up, and get it ready to go to the funeral home.
And you indicated that you've also trained internationally and specifically mentioned Scotland. What was that focus of that training and when was that?
The first training was during medical school. In the United States, there was no clinical forensic medicine training program anywhere in the United States at that time. So I met a forensic pathologist by the name of Tony Basudel, who worked in Scotland with New Scotland Yard. So I spent 2 months in Scotland doing daily autopsies, going to crime scenes, doing forensic investigations with the forensic pathologist there. So that was in 1989 during medical school. But I've continued to go back and actually train physicians in England and in Scotland in forensics.
And can you review again your current positions? And in your current positions, do you routinely go to death and crime scenes?
Yes, ma'am. As the police surgeon, which is a unique term or position in Louisville, it's the doctor for the SWAT team. It's the doctor that advises the police chief on healthcare policies. But most of the time is spent doing the forensic consultations with detectives, homicide detectives, domestic violence detectives, crime against children detectives, traffic officers, to help them figure out what happened, which many times includes being called to the scene of what happened, to help them analyze what do we see at the scene, what evidence needs to be collected, what's the best way to collect that and preserve that evidence. And then ultimately, once we send that information to the crime lab, then to assist the detectives in how we interpret the evidence that we saw and then what the other evidence was the crime lab analyzed.
How many crime or death scenes have you been to?
More than 1,000. I don't keep count anymore.
And so then fair to say, do you train law enforcement in how to evaluate and collect evidence at scenes?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And have you created a educational course on how to evaluate staged crime scenes?
Yes, ma'am. I trained officers from the Louisville Metro Police Department at our police academy. I've also trained the FBI agents recently, just out in Wyoming. I've created a new course in staged, or it's called Getting Away with Murder: The Challenges of Staged Crime Scenes. That's a course that will be offered for the first time in October of this year. Where we're having law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, defense attorneys all come to this first course of its kind that we've created in the United States of taking 4 cases of actual staged crime scenes and having those individuals work through them. How do they work through the scene? What's going to be great is we have mannequins. We made real mannequins that.
Dr. Scott, can I focus you on your experience?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you'd ask about.
Thrilling, but I want to get through your experience and get to this case if we can.
I'm sorry. So yes, I trained people on how to evaluate crime scenes. If that was your question, I'm sorry. My apologies.
And have you trained local authorities within the United States?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And that is including to recognize staged crime scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously been recognized as an expert on staged crime scenes in a homicide trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And most recently, when was that?
That was within the last year. I've had several. The last one was just 2 weeks ago.
And now you talked about the police surgeon, the clinical professor for emergency medicine. What does that mean?
At the University of Louisville, they have doctors that are full-time, and I was full-time through 2011 in our trauma center. After I went full-time with the police department in 2011, I remained what's called a clinical professor. And these are professors that donate their time to train medical students and residents. So medical students and residents will come and do rotations with me at the police department. They come and we do clinical forensic medicine. We do literature reviews. We analyze cases. We go to crime scenes. I put them with the SWAT team so they can get trained in tactical medicine. So the doctors and medical students will come and rotate with me. Sometimes for a month. I have 2 current medical students who've been with me for the last 2 years. So
And that's a position you occupy today still?
That is correct.
How long have you been a clinical professor of emergency medicine?
Since 2011.
And then can you tell the jury, I'm going to point to States Exhibit 145, the medical director for Alliance for Hope International Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention. Can you explain what is the Alliance for Hope International Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention?
Yes, ma'am. It's not full. The Training Institute is a partially Department of Justice funded nonprofit that provides training to people around the world, usually doctors, nurses, police officers, prosecutors, attorneys, judges, in how to evaluate cases of fatal and non-fatal strangulation. This is everything from the victim through the investigation, through the documentation of the injuries, the interpretation of the injuries, and then on the criminal side of the police and the prosecutors, what evidence is there or isn't there to take this case forward.
And how long have you been the medical director for that institute?
Since 2019.
Were you a part of that institute prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. Joined the institute in 2011 and was chairman of several of their medical subcommittees. But in 2019, they asked me to become their medical director.
As a police surgeon in the state of Kentucky, are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Actually, in the state of Indiana, I am.
And how long have you been a sworn law enforcement officer?
Since 1997.
Now, I want to take you back a little bit to, again, your time as an emergency physician at the University of Louisville Trauma Center. And you indicated that was a level 1 trauma center.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many patients would you see there while you were an emergency physician?
Oh, probably in my career, more than 100,000. We get probably 60 patients per 12-hour shift. And if you figure minimum 12 shifts a month for 12 months for 20 plus years, that's tens of thousands of patients.
And does that include patients with facial trauma?
Every day. Yes, ma'am.
Does that include patients with neck trauma?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that capacity, have you also authored death certificates?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you the first physician in the United States to complete a postgraduate fellowships in clinical forensic medicine?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And can you explain when that was and what that means?
Yes, ma'am. Remember, I said that in the United States, there were no programs to train doctors in clinical forensic medicine, which is why I went to Scotland to learn how they do it in the countries where they have a clinical forensic physician in most major cities. So I went there, and that was part of the training to what is the curriculum that a clinical forensic physician needs to have. So I then got that. I brought that back to the University of Louisville and to the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office. And it was because of that training and the information that that first fellowship was created in the United States to train doctors in the science of forensic medicine, but applied to living patients.
And what is forensic medicine?
Forensic medicine basically means legal medicine. It's the type of medicine where there will be a legal question, cause or manner of death, cause or manner of particular injuries. How do you interpret information? Could be a toxicologic information. Could be analysis of the way a bone is broken. Could be analysis of a crime scene. It's what we call legal medicine.
And as part of your, well, how long have you been at this, Dr. Smock? Been a emergency room physician?
Since 1990.
A clinical professor in forensic medicine?
A professor since 1994. After I finished the fellowship, I then joined the faculty as an assistant, then associate, then full professor.
And so can you do the math for me, because it's late? How many years have you been doing this?
I've been going to the crime scene since 1984, so that's 38 years.
And how many years have you been a police surgeon?
Since 1993.
All right, so 30 plus years of experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And in your 30 plus years of experience, do you read literature?
Every week.
And that literature is relevant to your role as a police surgeon?
Yes, ma'am.
As someone who attends and researches and aids law enforcement in the analysis of staged scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, have you yourself written and edited any textbooks on clinical forensic medicine?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
How many?
4 books, one book published in London, one in the United States, first and second edition, and then most recently a workbook on strangulation.
I'm going to show you 2 books that I'll mark for identification purposes. Just as stated in 147. I'm not going to admit them. What are these? This one's really heavy. Sorry.
This is a book called Forensic Medicine, Clinical and Pathologic Aspects. That's Tony Basuto was my mentor over in Scotland. So this is a book written for forensic pathologists and for police surgeons.
And you're a contributing author to that book.
Actually, editor.
Editor.
Yeah.
So you're editing a book that trains forensic pathologists and police surgeons.
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one?
The other is called Forensic Emergency Medicine. This is the second edition. This was a book written for emergency physicians in the United States on how to evaluate trauma patients from the forensic standpoint. So patients that would come into the ER, stabbed, beaten, strangled, shot, whatever. This gives that emergency physician, information on how to evaluate it, just like we did for forensic pathologists, but this is for ER doctors.
And you are contributing what to that?
Editor as well.
Now, Dr. Spock, have you received any awards during your career?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And can you summarize some of those for the jury, please?
Certainly, I have awards from the University of Louisville for public service, from my college for public service, from forensic nursing
Try not to fall
organizations,
asleep,
from
buddy.
prosecutor organizations.
I see you. I see you. You're starting to fall asleep. I can see you.
I am. No, long day, mate. Long day. It's all good.
Hey, Schmock. Hey, Schmock wrote a book.
That's why I've sped it up, so I get through this quickly.
From police organizations, from locally from my peers. They have what's called Top Doc Awards. Had that for several years too.
One moment, please, Your Honor. In addition to the books that you've authored, have you also contributed or written articles?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Now I'm going to just put one of the pages from State's Exhibit 145 on, page 17. And if you can, let's just start down here.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
list some of them off, please.
Yes, sir. This is most recent. This is on gunshot wounds for surgeons. There's one on Podoconiosis, which is a fancy term. I take medical students to Africa. So my medical students on our medical missions come back and write papers. I've got one on tasers, one on guns, gun safety.
And then the list continues, does it not?
Yeah, I think there are probably about 40 chapters and articles in there.
Fair to say that's just a snapshot of your experience.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to give the jury and the court an understanding of how many articles or literature you've reviewed regarding clinical forensic medicine?
Hundreds. When you edit textbooks, you have to be very familiar with the literature. So that if something is written, you need to make sure that it is accurate because your name's going on.
And the same question for emergency medicine.
Yes, ma'am.
Is how many articles or literature can you estimate that you've reviewed?
Well, I've written 40 articles and chapters, but have been editing way more than that.
Do you consider that to be important in your career?
Absolutely. It's critical for any physician to be up with the current literature and know what the science and the medicine says. You have to have that.
I want to turn now to a little bit about your qualifications regarding the area of strangulation. Have you received training yourself on non-fatal and fatal strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what training is that?
The fatal started with the medical examiner's office, looking at people who've been fatally strangled, looking at fatal hangings. In the emergency department, we see people who have been strangled because that's where they come for care. We've seen people who were hung but didn't die, and so they will come to the emergency department. I've been evaluating fatal and non-fatal strangulation again for more than 38 years.
Muddy meat.
And
Good morning.
that's in addition
Afternoon.
to your
Meat.
So this piece of shit grifter, like this guy has not produced or done anything of note in 30 years. All he does is just grift his way, trade on his name, and this guy's garbage. And
What he does
the
is
reason-
criminal. It's criminal.
Yeah,
They allow him to do this.
it's utter garbage. This is a complete reason why our system is so terrible in the way that it is. What's up, Lou? This guy's just absolute garbage. This guy's scum of the earth. He hasn't produced anything. He hasn't done anything. He trades on his name and signs his name to papers. That's his
Yeah.
his name carries credibility for whatever reason. And yeah, he's garbage.
He runs an institute. It's an institute. He makes this. It's the Strangulation Institute of Prevention, International, blah blah blah. He's the only fucking member of it.
Oh, I know. I was trying to. I sent a message. I don't think you saw it, but I was trying to. I can't remember the name of it. I was trying to pull up the website because the website is trash too.
When Diane looked it up during trial, the website didn't even take anywhere. When he went, well, I haven't set it up yet, but it's on his all his paperwork. He has a website. I don't know what it's now. It's been so long. He probably does have something, but literally, it's an institute that has one member.
I think it's called. Isn't it called like Hope or something? I don't
Yeah,
remember
there's
what
something.
it's called.
Then you go to it, and he sells T-shirts, bro.
Yeah.
And he takes donations. He'll let you donate money, and he'll sell you a T-shirt. And come on, can you?
Yeah.
I want a T-shirt. I don't care. I want one of his T-shirts. Put it in my man cave.
It's 100% a grift. Like this guy's trash. So
Trash.
It said here that same doctor, Peterson case in Colorado. I don't know the case, but you know about it.
wait, what? You just broke up. Is that just me,
he's
or is
breaking
that?
up. Nah, he's breaking up today.
Oh, okay. Peterson
Nah, I
case
know.
in Colorado, I think.
Go ahead. Mighty Beat.
Probably.
He did the Floyd guy, the black guy that they killed, the cop killed. He testified for the prosecution.
Look at this. It's Alliance for Hope.
Alliance for
Dylan,
Hope.
if you'd indulge me for 5 seconds, I'll try and be good.
Do it.
Look at this asshole's picture on this website.
Look at him. Like it's a clown.
We're in the
You can't come up
way.
with something like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You couldn't
saying.
make that up.
Like-
It's a movie.
I mean, I don't like this guy.
How do you take this man seriously? How the fuck? But I mean, sometimes it fools juries. I mean, he's got a 38-page resume. I mean, who has that? I think more. I don't know. I forget when he was 58 pages. I don't know, but it could be intimidating to a jury. I talked to Connie, juror number 8. She said she didn't think he was credible right away. Look at those glasses he's got.
Right. This doc pulled the same sham in the Peterson case in Colorado. Also, Dateline, me actually testified for defense saying Smuck can't draw his conclusions. Yeah, he hasn't done anything. Like, he was office bitch at one point and then realized that, the academic world, I can just still do nothing but make a lot of money doing it.
Right.
And that's exactly the direction he went. I have no respect for a person like this that takes that pathway.
That knowingly puts innocent people away in prison for life. Yeah, who would have respect for this guy? This guy's. He just look at his haircut. He thinks that comb over's hiding something. You know what I mean? He's hiding something. I mean, look at it. He's not being truthful. Does his wife let him go out like that? They're up to something. Those two are up to something. Look at this guy.
I'm not a big fan of Smock. I think he's a grifter and kind of a terrible person. But
I agree, 100%.
Sorry, Dale. I just completely took that over. But
I'm not sure if my mic's working. Can you hear me now, mate?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. No, you read what I was going to say. Yeah, that's fine. I'm waiting to see what you say. I'm up here because I don't know why anybody's talking about yet.
Yeah, wait till you hear what he has to say, man. Wait till you hear it. You're not gonna believe it.
I don't want to too far ahead. Quite as of yet.
You're going in and out again, Dylan.
So long. Okay,
yeah, you're really choppy.
You're choppy today, Dylan. Let her play. Let her go. His words speak for himself. This guy's a hack.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not getting anything.
No, I'm not. He needs to switch it back because he has my tab open. Here, I'll end my tab.
I'm not even hearing the trial anymore.
Yeah, he switched to my tab, so I think he forgot. We'll see if he fixes it. There we go.
No, I don't know.
Hey, there he is.
Do you continue to consult on those
Look at those fucking glasses.
fatal strangulation autopsies?
Yes, I do.
Now, as your time as an emergency room physician, do you have experience treating victims of assault and strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many?
Thousands.
Thousands.
He inflates everything like it gives him credibility, and it doesn't.
Maybe a little bit. Thousands of strangulations. Who the fuck, dude?
Right.
Too busy doing other shit.
Strangulation.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been teaching since before medical school.
And then with regards to strangulation, same.
Teaching since my emergency medicine residence, so since the early 90s.
And how many trainings in the past year have you been a part of or conducted where you were teaching?
For my teaching, it's averages about 2 trainings per month somewhere in the country. A lot of us in virtual, but now we're getting back to in person.
And have you ever taught internationally on the subject of fatal and non-fatal strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times in your career do you think you have provided these trainings and estimate?
Over 100 trainings.
And do you
Jump
train medical
science.
students yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And attending physicians?
Yes, ma'am.
Where at?
Oh, all over the country. I do what's called grand rounds. That's where at a hospital, a doctor will come in and we'll get the doctors together or the residents or and medical students and then give them, usually it's an hour, sometimes it's 2 if we can squeeze out 2, of how to evaluate victims that have been strangled.
And have you been qualified and recognized as an expert before in forensic medicine?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
In the United States?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
And have you been qualified and recognized as an expert before in strangulation
Yes, ma'am.
in the United States?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how many times?
More than 100.
Including here in Delaware County.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you edited and reviewed textbooks on the evaluation of strangulation victims?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
4 textbooks.
Those are the ones we already talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you conducted research and literature reviews into the effects and medical consequences of strangulation on humans?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've actually seen that as an emergency room physician?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a police surgeon?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a medical director for the Alliance Hope Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you yourself authored a specific protocol on how to medically evaluate victims of strangulation?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Has that protocol been adopted by any physicians, hospital, medical professionals that you know?
Yes, all the country, including here in Ohio.
In your past experience, have you been called upon by state and federal prosecutors to assist in the investigation and prosecution of felony strangulation cases?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Are you currently on contract with anyone?
Yes,
to
ma'am, I
provide? Who?
Under with the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, Department of Defense,
Ooh,
to
yeah.
assist them in their evaluations, and then most recently NCIS,
What is NCIS? That means a television show.
yes, Naval Criminal Intelligence Service.
And have you testified before in multiple state and federal courts as an expert in the consequences and medical effects of strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been recognized as an expert in that area in state and federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Well, I don't keep track, but it's more than 100.
And you've reviewed and consulted on cases involving strangulation for the FBI?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you ever, let's change gears a little bit though, have you ever consulted with someone accused of strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
And who engages your services then?
Those would be defense attorneys, criminal defense attorneys who have brought me cases involving strangulation.
And have you ever testified on the behalf of someone accused of a crime before?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And I want to go back to just your experience again regarding police surgeon and in the emergency room. Have you ever conducted suspect exams?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is a suspect exam?
A suspect exam is when a detective has a crime and they want not only an exam on the victim of the crime, but also on the person allegedly who inflicted a particular injury, stabbing, gunshot wound, strangulation, beating, whatever. To do that same sort of evaluation, does the suspect have any injuries that would be consistent or inconsistent with the history that they gave?
One moment, please, Your Honor. Tender Dr. Smock as an expert in forensic medicine and an expert in emergency room medicine, in crime scene analysis and strangulation.
I'm sorry.
Could I word you?
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Diane Nash on behalf of Matheau Moore. I know you were asked about your training, but you are not a pathologist.
That is correct. I'm not.
You are not an anthropologist.
That is correct. I'm not.
You are not a board certified forensic pathologist by extension.
That is correct.
What exactly are
With
you?
respect to what a police surgeon is, I know you've been asked this question a number of times. You would agree with me that your answer as to what a police surgeon is that you're a physician trained in forensic medicine to assist detectives in cases involving living victims, living patients. Is that right?
Living.
That is one portion of my duties as a police surgeon. That is correct. One
And in
portion.
cases where you work with non-living individuals, you were trying, for example, to determine, like in a car accident, who was the driver, who was the passenger in the motor vehicle collision, where both occupants were ejected, one clearly driving. Do you remember, does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because your work is in living victims.
My work is with living, but it's also with decedents as well.
And in that example that I just talked about, with respect to crime, you are not a crime scene reconstruction expert, correct?
There are portions of crime scenes that I reconstruct. So gunshot wounds, car wrecks. So yes, there's a portion of what I do that does reconstruct what happened at a crime scene.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendants exhibit HH, and these questions are with respect to your qualifications. Do you recognize this page generally?
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that you go onto the Louisville Metro Police Department and this is the page that comes up?
I don't know if it's on the website or not.
Okay, and where do you recognize it from?
I've seen it before. It's a document that's been out there.
Okay, and this is you, right?
It
And
is.
that's you in a uniform, because I heard you say you were a physician in blue.
No, I've never said that, but clearly I'm wearing a blue uniform.
I'm just curious with respect to your qualifications on this, where, if anywhere, does it say that you're a crime scene reconstruction expert?
Yeah. Where does it say that?
I'm just curious with respect to your qualifications on this, where, if anywhere, does it say that you're a crime scene?
It does not state that
It does.
specifically. What it states is internationally recognized forensic expert and trained nurses, physicians, law enforcement officers, attorneys in multiple fields, including officer involved shooting, strangulation, gunshot wound, injury mechanisms, and motor vehicle trauma.
Yeah. I can't hear you, Don.
No, I understand that, but you're being tendered, one of the things I wanted to board here on is as an expert in crime scene analysis. And you would agree with me that there isn't any indication of your expertise in crime scene analysis.
On that document, that is correct.
Furthermore,
And also, just to let you guys know,
talk about
he
in
never
terms of your
says anything.
qualifications
He doesn't
right here.
describe
Your
anything
current employer
at the
is the
scene.
Louisville Metro Police Department. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the Institute of Clinical Forensic Medicine and Nursing. That's a company that you started in Indiana, is it not?
That is correct.
And despite it saying institute, it's just a body of one, right? An institute.
It is me with part-time forensic nurses.
And that company is called Clinical Medicine and Nursing. It is not any crime scene analysis or reconstruction. Is that entity's name? Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, your name is the Institute of Clinical Forensic Medicine and Nursing.
Your Honor, I would object to any tendering of this expert in crime scene analysis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Smock, the defense counsel talked to you about being a police surgeon. That's actually only one of the jobs you've ever had, right?
That is correct.
And that's one job where you actually analyzed crime scenes,
That is correct.
right? And so in your role as a police surgeon, how often do you go to crime scenes?
Could be several times a week. It depends on when I get called.
And so in
Several
that
times
role,
a
how many
week.
crime scenes have you
Yeah.
evaluated?
Hundreds, if not more than 1,000.
How many have you attended?
Thousands.
Again, hundreds, if not more than 1,000.
And again, you actually train and help law
Damn.
enforcement to
He's a
look at the
busy
evidence at a
man.
crime scene,
Yes, ma'am.
to
Mm-hmm.
decide, what is going to be, what is evidence?
He
Yes, ma'am.
hasn't
How
left
is it
his
going to
office in
apply?
10 years, I guarantee it.
And so being a police surgeon in that one piece of document.
He's a cop.
Hey, we're not all bad.
Defendant's Exhibit HH. I mean, this is taken off a website, right?
That is correct.
Did you write your 38 years of experience on this website piece of paper?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, in addition to being a police surgeon, you're also an emergency room physician.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you have seen individuals report to you with trauma,
Yes, ma'am.
including facial trauma, neck trauma.
Your Honor, my objection just for clarification is with respect to any tendering as to crime scene.
Right, this is,
I'm getting there.
okay, go there if you will.
Yes.
That is correct.
And that's the trauma is what?
Trauma is some force being applied to a human body.
And that could be the result of an accident.
Yes, ma'am.
That could be the result of an intentional act,
Yes, ma'am.
a crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And so in your role as an emergency room physician, those observations you make about trauma, do you use those as you evaluate crime scenes?
Absolutely, I do, because the victim, the patient comes in, is a living crime scene. We collect evidence on victims who come in. So so the victim is a crime scene, as well as that what we think of as that physical crime scene.
And the injuries speak to you regarding what occurred at a scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have observed how many of those in your role as an emergency room physician?
100,000.
What? 100,000.
Now, defense counsel was, in addition to being a police surgeon, the emergency room physician, you also have your own institute that you started with forensic nurses.
Yes, ma'am.
And does that have anything to do with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And explain that to the jury, please.
When a prosecutor's office, a police officer, or a police department, or a federal agency comes to me with a case, part of what they're asking me to do is to evaluate whatever evidence is there, including the analysis of the evidence and the crime scene itself. Is the crime scene and the evidence consistent or inconsistent with a particular history that has been given?
And then you indicated again also that you are the medical director for the Alliance of Hope Institute on Strangulation Prevention. Does that have anything to do with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am. As part of the courses that we give, we teach individuals, whoever comes to the training, police, prosecutors, nurses, doctors, about evidence collection, evidence interpretation, and how that, and then evidence analysis. What does that evidence mean? So it's, we actually have, as part of that 4-day training, we actually have a crime scene, a staged crime scene in a hotel room.
Wow.
And we ask the students to go in and analyze the evidence that's there, collect evidence,
They
photograph the
seen it.
evidence, and then interpret the evidence. So crime scene evaluation is part of what I do, and it's part of what the Institute does, and it's part of what I teach.
And I'm going to please
Incredible.
state page 80 of your curriculum vitae, which by the way, this is a complete version of your experience, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not that piece of paper with 3 paragraphs on it.
That is correct.
Page 80. Let's scoop that up. And I want recognized areas of expertise, state and federal courts. What does that mean?
That means that the judges in those courts have recognized me based upon my education experience or training to be qualified to render opinions in those subject areas.
All right, and just go ahead and read it down the line, please.
Emergency medicine, forensic medicine, penetrating trauma, which means knife, gunshot wounds, entrance versus exit, range of fire, bullet, path, trajectory, shooting reconstruction, inflicted versus self-inflicted injuries, officer-involved shootings. Blunt force trauma, pattern injury recognition, inflicted versus accidental injuries, motor vehicle trauma, injury mechanisms, occupant kinematics, which means how do people move in cars, accident investigation, determination of occupant role, driver, passenger, restraint effectiveness, airbag-induced injuries, strangulation, suffocations, asphyxia, torture-related injuries, elder abuse and neglect, child maltreatment, forensic toxicology, wound injury reconstruction, stage altered crime scenes, and sexual assault.
So you have been declared an expert before or recognized as an expert in the area of staged and altered crime scenes?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Is that synonymous with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And then finally, you actually teach on the subject of staged or altered crime scenes.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And who do you teach?
I trained at the Louisville Metro Police Academy, the police officers and detectives. Again, most recently trained FBI agents, federal prosecutors out in Wyoming. I'm training Department of Defense, the Judge Advocate Generals, the JAG Corps for the Department of Defense, doctors, nurses. It's part of what I'm training somewhere in the country twice a month.
So if someone wants to consult with an expert regarding staged crime scenes, they come to you. Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, just testified.
I'll sustain you.
Your Honor, then at this time, in addition to the other qualifications
so
and
smart.
expertise, we would tender this witness as an expert in crime scene analysis, forensic medicine, emergency medicine, and strangulation.
Court recording.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Smock, you were invited here today by the state of Ohio, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And to render an opinion involving the remains of Emily Noble.
That is correct.
Are you being compensated for your time here today?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And you've actually been involved in this case since May of 2021, or prior to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me straighten that. When did you become involved in this case? You tell the jury.
I believe it was in the end of 2020.
Hold on a second. We'll get to your report.
Okay.
Is there something that would refresh your recollection at this point?
No, I don't have any dates on the report other than when the report was written.
All right, we'll get there then. So you were involved in the remains of Emily Noble prior to the date you authored your report.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 146. I think that might be
148.
Thank you. You want to put something on the record at sidebar real briefly, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mighty, can you hear me?
Kind of.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave and come back and see if it works.
Okay. Kind of.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave and see if it works.
Are you getting an echo? Me?
I'm not getting an echo currently. We'll see what he.
I got.
I think he's leaving.
It's heinous.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty bad. We haven't been able to talk much today, me and Dylan. You can hear me though, right?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Do you have a tab open with the
I don't know.
with the thing in it?
Isn't this guy great though? The smart guy. You know he testified at the Floyd. What's his name? Who's that guy? It was up near you, wasn't it?
St. George. St.
It
George
was the
Floyd.
cop that got the guy that put the knee on the dude's neck.
Right.
Everybody
Yeah.
standing around watching it happen, and the dude died, and they tried the cop, and he got convicted. He just got stabbed recently in jail or in prison or something. Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
This dude testified at that trial for the prosecution. So cops do eat cops. They'll go after other cops.
Sometimes. It's gotta be egregious for that to
I
happen.
don't know too much about that case, but it appears to me that they had it out for that cop. No, I mean, I don't agree with what he did. I mean, it was obvious he put his knee on that dude's neck for way too long, right? But
Right.
they definitely tried to make they used him politically.
Yeah, for sure. They 100% use them politically.
And I'm not trying to ever defend any cops, but that dude, he was done from day one. Especially if you got this guy lying about you. He doesn't care. Smart
Right.
doesn't care. He'll lie. He'll lie to this guy lies for a living. That's what this guy does. What this dude does should be illegal. I don't know how they get it on, but they do.
Yep. No, I agree.
This guy wanted to murder me. That's how I see it. This guy tried to murder me.
You back though?
I didn't hear that. Sorry. Okay,
Trying to see if Dylan's back.
I can't hear anybody, so I can't hear you. Yeah, I don't see it. So yeah.
Wow, it's worse.
Yeah, it's bad. still want one of his T-shirts though. I think it'd be cool. What kind of T-shirts that, bro? You know what I mean? I think there's a stick figure
Yes, ma'am.
strangling another stick
Yes, ma'am.
figure.
This is the report that I authored.
Mhm.
The remain in the matter of Emily Noble.
That's correct.
And what did you? Is it a fair and accurate copy of your report, sir?
It is.
All right. And what did you review prior to forming your opinion?
I reviewed the Montgomery County autopsy report of Emily Noble, reviewed the autopsy photographs of Emily Noble, reviewed color photographs of the USB cord, reviewed reports of the Westerville Police Department and Ohio Attorney General's Bureau of Criminal Investigation, reviewed the forensic autopsy or anthropology report, reviewed an addendum to the forensic anthropology report, reviewed color photographs taken by the Westerville Police Department and BCI, reviewed color photographs of Emily Noble taken on May 24th, 2020, reviewed dental x-rays of Emily Noble, and reviewed the 3D scan of the scene.
And what was your purpose in conducting that review and authoring this opinion?
Purpose was to look at what evidence we had, to look at the scene, look at the injuries, look at the injury mechanisms, understand how the type of injuries that Emily had occurred, when do they occur, when don't they occur, look at the
He
ligature,
didn't do any of that.
look at all the evidence surrounding her death,
Smoke.
body position, ligature, injuries, and analyze those based upon the current forensic and medical science to determine, if I could, what happened to Miss Noble.
And after authoring your report, did you review additional materials?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Does that include a forensic anthropologist report authored by Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Does that include a report authored by John Bolte?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And he's also a doctor, but just unclear their PhD doctors for Mr. Bolte.
That is correct.
And a
And
PhD.
Dr. Garvin,
And,
PhD. That's correct.
and then a report authored by the University of Tennessee regarding Ms. Noble's remains.
Yes, ma'am.
Did those additional documents that review change your opinion in your report at all?
No, ma'am.
Now, your opinions offered today will be made to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And now, before we turn specifically to Emily, I want to talk. Actually, I want you to talk about the basic anatomy of the neck. I'm going to hand you a demonstrative aid. I'll hand it to you. I will warn you, it's a little worn on that side. And so, can you please explain the basic anatomy of the neck, and if that demonstrative aid is helpful to you, please use it.
Yes, ma'am. So think of our neck. We got a lot of things in our neck. We got skin on the outside. We have bony structures and cartilaginous structures. We have arteries. We have veins. We have structures that keep us alive. So if we start with the skin, okay, we all got skin. If you put your finger right on either side of your voice box, that's your carotid artery. That takes oxygenated blood to the brain. And right on the outside of that is the jugular vein. They're basically side by side. So good blood up, bad blood back to the heart and lungs. Then in the middle, we have our trachea. That's a fancy word for our windpipe. That's our airway. Connected to our airway is our voice box, Adam's apple. It's that big thing right here, more prominent on men than women. Above the voice box and protected by the jaw, if you put your fingers, you have to lift your chin up, put your fingers underneath your jaw, your mandible, and swallow. What you're going to feel between your thumb and index finger is your hyoid bone. So do that and swallow. What you're feeling is this bone in between your thumb and index finger. So it's right up there underneath the jaw. We have our esophagus, which is when we swallow, the food takes from our mouth and throws down to our stomach. So that's kind of the basic anatomy. Skin, blood vessels, good blood up, bad blood down. Voice box, called the laryngeal cartilage, hyoid bones up here underneath the jaw. It helps us swallow and helps keep our airway open. And there's some muscles in there too that help us turn our neck.
Do you have your report with you at the stand right there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Take that so I can use it to refer to on the stand. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in your report on page 10, and then you actually have a diagram, a close-up of the skeletal structure. Can you review where the hyoid bone is at?
Yes, the hyoid bone is right up here underneath your jaw. So the way you get to it is, you extend your neck and then swallow and feel it right there at the edge of your jaw, right up here. And then,
And you also have marked on that diagram. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get marked. Sure.
All right, so what have you just circled?
I've circled the hyoid bone. I'm sorry.
And I'll clear that. And then the next box on that diagram is the superior horn thyroid cartilage. What is that?
Yes, ma'am. That's part of the voice box. We call it the larynx. This is the whole thing, called the laryngeal or thyroid cartilage. And coming off the back of the thyroid cartilage is what's called a horn. It sticks up like a horn, right there.
Toodley, that's part of his
Now, with that basic
shtick,
anatomy in
is
mind,
making
I'd
people
like to
sound
now,
stupid
turn
or
it
feel
back to your,
stupid by dumbing it down. That's why he said it that way.
regarding the crime scene analysis and and
Or feel stupid. The good and bad blood
in
thing.
this, in your analysis of crime scene, in your expertise, are there
He's
factors
he's
that you consider, what you
facing the
consider
jury.
in differentiating
He's
between
like
Mhm.
practically
hanging
like looking
and
right at
abuse
them.
regulation.
Look
Yeah.
at him. I mean, he's just
When
He's
you
a
look at
professional
crime scene,
witness.
there's lots of things
Mhm.
when you have a hanging that you have to evaluate. Is this a suicide or is this a homicide? So the things you got to look at. So things that I look at are what is the scene? What does the scene show us? Is there any evidence there that's going to help us figure out what happened? When you see the hanging itself, what type of hanging is it? Meaning it's what we call a complete hanging or an incomplete. Now, what that means is a complete hanging means complete and full body weight on that ligature that's around your neck. Incomplete means that some part of your body is in contact with the ground. So that means less pressure on your neck. Then we're going to look at the ligature. What is actually around the neck? Is it thin? Is it wide? Because that's going to tell us information about what kind of pressure is being applied to the neck. When you have something that's thin, it's a lot of pressure in a smaller area. When it's wide, it takes that pressure and spreads it out over anatomically what's there. So look at that ligature. Does it have any characteristics? For example, is there any pattern imprints from that ligature that gets transferred to the skin if the skin is intact? Then we want to look at, are there any injuries either internally or externally? So we look at that. In this case, let me just say, we look at injuries. If they're internal injuries, what type of internal injuries are there? Are there any broken bones? If they're broken bones, how many broken bones? And where are those broken bones or cartilage? That's important to figure out where the pressure had been applied to a particular neck. And then there are other things that are also important, is what did the patient or victim weigh? Because that's very important, because the more you weigh, the more pressure is going to be applied to whatever's around your neck. How old are they? What is their sex? So all those things come into play. And then what you do is you take, or what I take is I take all of that evidence, and then I look at, based on what we see, have I seen something similar in my experience? I review the medical literature. Are there other cases in the medical literature that describe a particular type of injury, internally, externally, whatever? And so when you take knowledge, experience, training, literature with the facts that you find at the scene, the medical facts, then I call that the totality of the evidence. Do I have, there enough information there for me to render an opinion in a particular case?
So I want to walk through each of those factors now with the remains of Emily Noble and have you kind of discuss your analysis. And the first one you mentioned was a type of hanging. And can you describe those two words again that you used to differentiate between the types of hanging?
Yes, ma'am. So it's what's called complete or incomplete hanging. So it's really full body weight on that ligature or partial body weight on that ligature. And then under the incomplete hanging, meaning some part of your body is touching the ground, there are 4 different subcategories. And they fall into, is the patient standing? Is the patient kneeling? Is the patient sitting? Or is the patient lying down? And each one of those, again, are important, either from experience or from the medical literature, saying what type of injuries do you see in someone who is standing, sitting, kneeling, or lying down? And so that you take your experience, you take what's in the doctors from around the world have written regarding those positions. And what's particularly important in Emily Noble's case is that was kneeling. So that's an incomplete kneeling position, which is very important when we analyze the evidence here in this case.
And so the type of hanging dictates the amount of pressure on someone's neck.
Yes. So the complete hanging, and so you think of somebody who jumps off a balcony with something around their neck. Okay. Their full body weight is going to be suspended by whatever rope, wire, whatever they put around their neck. So all that weight, whatever they weigh, 200 pounds, 250 pounds, whatever, it's all right here. So that's the complete. Now, so that incomplete, meaning there is going to be less pressure, whatever is around that person's neck, and depending on what position they're in, it's going to go from, standing is going to be the most in an incomplete, and then it gets less as you go from, sitting, kneeling, and lying down. So that's just how much weight is along here, because that's going to dictate what do we see on the skin or inside.
And so it's critical when you're analyzing an incomplete hanging scene to understand the position of the body.
Absolutely, that is critical.
And you talked also about one of the factors you consider is weight. How does an individual's weight affect the pressure applied in an incomplete hanging?
Again, the more you weigh, anybody, the more pressure is going to be on whatever is around your neck. So that is so important because we look at their doctors who have evaluated literature and hangings based upon the weight of the individual. And they've looked at cases where is there a breaking point where there are no fractures below a certain weight? In the medical literature, there is. There are no fractures in the neck below 110 pounds in an incomplete hanging.
And so it's important to know the weight and know your doctor analysis.
Absolutely.
So I want to move on now, though, from the type of hanging. You talk a little bit about that factor, and I want to go and talk about your discussion of looking at the ligature. That's an important factor in your consideration as you evaluate a crime scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well, what is the characteristic of that ligature? Is it, what's its width? What's it made of? Does it stretch? How wide is it? Because what I would do is look at the width. So based upon a particular width of ligature, that's where that pressure is going to be applied. If it's an inch, that means we've got an inch of pressure. If it's a quarter inch, that means a quarter inch of pressure. And why that's so important to look at is looking at where are there injuries in a particular neck. If I've got, just as an example, a quarter inch ligature up here, and I've got bruises and stuff down here, not consistent with a ligature here. Something else happened to that individual. So you look at that width and see, can that width apply enough pressure to cause particular injuries in any particular case?
And you looked at the photographs from the crime scene where Ms. Noble's remains were found?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you evaluated or you observed the ligature depicted in those photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, and then you included one of those in your report on page 3, correct? All right, so I'm going to actually show you, though, the photograph from DCI agent Chad Holcomb, which I believe states 108G.
I remember Chad. Remember Chad? The Scooby-Doo van? Remember that guy? Dude didn't take any pictures of the ligature around Emily's neck. Good work, Chad.
Are you able to observe the ligature?
Yes, ma'am.
And what observations did you make that were important to your analysis of the scene?
If we can we zoom in on that picture? What is?
No, need it back.
Oh, sorry.
More?
More. Yeah, I think that we can see that. What's important when we look at this, we can see clearly there's a loop going down. Look at the loop on the left. This side, I'm going to draw a little arrow to that one. That's a single cord, single loop. So that's the loop that has pressure. So we have pressure from a single cord. And when it comes back up the other side, there are two, but now if we go down and look at the end of that USB, there's no weight on that portion of the cord. So one of those coming down on the right has no pressure because it's the one that goes around and comes down over her back. So one loop of USB cord is taking all the pressure.
And that, Your Honor, one thing I didn't do on my break was get out the USB.
What's that?
To do that from evidence since it was admitted. It's 109. Oh,
What
bring
point
it
are
up.
they trying to make?
I don't know that he's trying to make a point yet. Maybe.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109. And I'm going to ask you to pull it out of the bag, please. It's previously been admitted as the cord that was taken from the scene.
All right, let's get it out of the bag. I don't know. Look at that fucking guy. Look at him.
And you observed in your review that obviously that cord was cut.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's the long part of the cord, though, correct?
I'm assuming it's the long one.
All right. And approximately what diameter is that cord?
Oh, it looks maybe a little less than a quarter of an inch.
And so, based upon your review of the ligature and the photographs involving Emily's remains, can you demonstrate wrapping that cord on this demonstrative aid?
Yes, ma'am. So if something's put around your neck and you lean forward, it will go to this area in here. That's where it will stop. And so what will happen is, in this case, there'll be pressure from a single loop being applied up under Emily Noble's neck, applying pressure to this part of the neck. Now, the question comes is based on Emily Noble's anatomy, and what will something less than a quarter of an inch compress if it's pressed against the structures in her neck?
And ultimately, can that ligature cause the injuries in her neck?
No, ma'am. What we saw from the forensic anthropologist report were the 4 fractures, different locations, here, here, and then here, down where this horn comes off here and here. So you've got a significant distance between these 4 and or 2 on either side, anatomical structure here and here. If you are applying pressure in a less than quarter inch area, it's physically impossible for you to apply pressure on here and here at the same time. then there isn't enough. It's not wide. If this were a 1-inch ligature,
How would he know
pressure
that?
at both at the same time.
How the fuck would he know that? She was out there for 4
Less
months.
than
man.
quarter-inch piece of ligature, you can't handle the pressure on both at the same time.
And he didn't see it in person.
This
He's just
demonstrably is it's
going
a
off
little-
what-
it's not one side, right?
Many times.
This is complete
Susan, if you wanna
junk.
go ahead and put that
Mhm.
over there, that's fine. Approximately, there is a distance between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage.
How the fuck would
And
he know?
that is greater than a quarter inch.
Yes, ma'am.
It is greater than a half inch.
Yes, ma'am.
So even if that cord was wound around twice, it still wouldn't account for the entire distance between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage.
No, ma'am.
Right, and a distance greater than 3/4
That
of an
doesn't
inch.
mean.
Yeah, we're probably getting closer depending upon anatomic size. At autopsies, that distance
Diane
between
explains
here
it
and
really
here is
well.
between
She
3/4
actually
and 1
like
inch.
shows you why he's wrong.
And so we've talked about
I can
the
tell you why,
literature
but
and why it's a
It's
consideration.
not, she does a way better job of it.
And we discussed how the literature, well, I want to jump ahead and I'm going to come back to the literature. One of the factors you talked about were also examining the location and the nature of any injuries involved in a crime scene with someone at a crime scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you did that in this case with Emily Noble's remains.
Yes, ma'am.
And so discuss the location and the nature of the injuries.
So when we look at she had several. She had the 4 fractures, 2 of the hyoid, 2 of the superior horn of the laryngeal cartilage. She also had evidence of a fracture of her nose. So
You got
looking
a
at
fracture of her nose. One fracture, single,
those 5 fractures
Mhm.
we see,
right?
how are they
They were
explained?
saying there was
Right.
multiple fractures to her.
Clearly,
face.
in order for any part of the body to
There's-
sustain a
he's saying
fracture, you
there's
got to have
one.
some sort of blunt force trauma.
Right.
There has to be some pressure applied
Right.
to here,
One.
and here.
They said I beat my
So
wife to
I
death.
look at those,
They have-
analyze those, and
You have to
that's
stop
part
it.
of my
Let
opinion.
me explain, but
And so
I
the
will later.
fractures for the hyoid bone, where were those located again?
Dylan,
The let's see, there's a good
yeah,
picture.
pause.
Actually see it.
additional fracture to her nose. One chip.
On page 5 of your
Ridge.
report.
The margin
Part
of
of
her
it,
nose
yeah,
epithelium.
if you look at page
Got this whole
5,
thing on.
probably. So the circled red areas, left is the one on your right. It's the left side.
Me,
and
she
the
was
right
out
side
there
is
dangling for 4 months,
on the
man.
left.
She
I
went
know.
from 100
The
pounds.
fracture on the left, we
19.
call a
That
transverse
alone
fracture, goes straight across.
Make enough pressure to
The
break those
fracture
bones.
on the left,
Right.
or her right, your
Just the weight of her head.
is- and can I draw on the screen? So, thank you. So,
Well, Dr. Scott, let me just direct you a little bit if
I'm
I can. Because I would just say general, we've already heard from the forensic anthropologist. How many fractures are on the hyoid bone?
there are 2.
All right, and would you consider those to be bilateral fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
And within those 2 fractures, that means there were 2 blunt force traumas or 2 pressures exerted to cause those fractures.
That is correct.
And then with regards to the thyroid cartilage, how many fractures were observed there?
There were 2.
And then same questions, were those bilateral
Yes, ma'am.
and requires separate pressure to cause each of those fractures?
That is correct.
Now, when you are considering a crime scene analysis such as this with Ms. Noble's remains, and you're looking at the fractures and you're comparing them to the literature, or excuse me, ligature, is it important to consult the literature
Yes, ma'am.
while you do that?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Why?
No, I just said,
Okay,
is
yes,
it
I'm sorry.
important?
Yes, ma'am, it's important.
Now, in your training and experience, have you ever seen the same fracture pattern to a woman weighing less than 110 pounds?
No, ma'am. Never seen it personally, and it's not in medical literature.
Have you seen any bilateral fractures to just the hyoid bones in your experience to a woman weighing less than 110 pounds?
No, ma'am.
So not even just the bilateral hyoid fractures.
The medical literature that looks at types of fractures, in this case, women less than 110 pounds, there's no report anywhere that I've been able to find that says the type of fracture that Emily had in her neck was caused by hanging. It's not there.
And you said fracture, but it's important to be 4 fractures.
4 fractures, bilateral fractures, both sides, here and here. I haven't found a case anywhere from hanging. Lots of cases from strangulation, but no cases from hanging. None.
And does the fact that, going back to those factors of your crime scene analysis, that Emily weighed 100 pounds, or roughly that's what the testimony has been, does that impact
They
your
usually
analysis
find
regarding
people in
the
hangings
fractures caused?
a day,
Yes, ma'am, it does.
maybe 2
Is
days.
it your
They
opinion that
find
those
them,
4
right?
fractures with the weight of Emily Noble could not have been caused by an incomplete hanging?
Absolutely
Right.
cannot. She doesn't have
They-
enough weight to apply pressure
It's not
to
in the
those structures
literature
to cause
because
those fractures.
they find them so
And is
quickly.
it your opinion that
She was out
the
there
crime
for
scene that you've
4
reviewed-
months,
Your Honor, can I
3
answer
months,
the
4 months, dangling
question? What is your
or
opinion?
partially
What is
suspended.
your opinion regarding?
They don't
the
put that
scene
into
you
the, they don't
reviewed?
put that variable into the equation.
Check that.
They're being disingenuous. Schiffels, she's neurotic. Look at her.
Right.
I think we can
And
all
you
understand
indicated
that.
also that in reviewing those crime scenes, you consider the totality of all of the evidence.
That's correct.
And
What evidence?
what additional factors besides the literature, besides the 4 fractures in the neck, besides her age and weight, did you consider?
I considered
Hear me. I have
nature
another
of the
tab
scene.
open.
I considered the
Finding
fact that
it's
she
going
had
to
an
be a
additional fracture of her nose. at the base of the
Additional
nose.
fracture or singular fracture, right? That's what you just said.
That
Singular
the
fracture.
injuries that she sustained were not from a ligature. The type
Found
of
it.
injuries that Emily has in her neck, the 4 here, are the type of injuries that you see with manual strangulation, not with a ligature. Doesn't exist in the medical literature. Never a reported case anywhere. Looking at that medical literature of thousands, more than 1,000 cases studied
He's
by forensic
lying.
pathologists around the world, in women less than 100
He looked at
pounds,
like
doesn't
1 or
exist
2 studies.
in an incomplete kneeling position. That's the totality of the evidence.
And so did you render an opinion then regarding the scene where Emily's remains were at?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, and I'm going to review just a few of
Notice that
these.
he doesn't say anything about it being staged, nothing about her position, and he just says it. It was staged.
Yeah.
Why do you think it was staged? He doesn't tell you why.
Can you read
Right.
that
He
to the
just
jury?
wants
has no
you to
idea
rest
why.
on what he wants you to
Emily
look at
Noble's death was
his
staged
resume and
to
just
appear
believe
to be
whatever
a
he says.
suicidal hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3.
Miss Emily Noble's death, did not die as a
And this
consequence
happens
of an
all the
incomplete and
time,
partial
guys.
body weight
All the
suicidal
time.
hanging.
Every murder trial.
Miss Emily Noble
You know how many
sustained at least
innocent
one
people
episode of
are in
manual
prison?
strangulation, which resulted in 4 separate and distinct fractures of the hyoid
Yeah.
and thyroid cartilage around the time of her death. The complex bilateral fracture pattern is not consistent with a ligature strangulation from the cord documented at the scene.
Your Honor, we've been going almost 2 hours. Do you want me to keep going for a little bit, or do you want to take a break? It's probably a good place to break.
Where's Dylan?
I promise I won't be.
Fast forward.
When we come back.
He's working on it. He's having technical issues.
Me, I don't think it's that hard to figure out that they don't mention, like I said, they don't put that in the equation that she was dangling for so long.
Right.
So they went into, he goes into the medical literature and he doesn't find these injuries on someone Emily's size because they find people quickly. I'm sure the vast majority of hangings don't go unnoticed. I mean, how long are you going to dangle for? And she was out
Right.
I mean, it gets windy in Ohio. I mean,
Yeah.
they got tornado sirens in Ohio. It gets windy. I mean, come on. And plus the no animal. I mean, it's hard to believe that an animal wouldn't be out there doing something, you know?
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
It just seems odd. Just it's in a polished world. Of course, this man's opinion would be, but it would be so. There's too many variables, and that's what my expert. That's what she talks about. Just too many. I mean, if everything was the same, then yeah, but it's just not. There's just too much going on. And to let you know, after the trial, the Dateline people hired 3 more board-certified forensic anthropologists, and they all came up with the same conclusion: that the injuries to Emily's face don't exist. I don't know what more you need to know. This guy, who's not a board-certified forensic anthropologist, or 4 board-certified forensic anthropologists that all agree that those injuries don't exist.
Do you observe?
These people are criminals.
In this area.
No, I agree.
It appears it's right there. I'm sorry.
Is that a knot or the end of the cord looping out?
Maybe the end of the cord. It's hard to see from that photo.
I mean, deleting nature, Your Honor.
What about up here?
Yes, there's a knot.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
That's important to your decision, though.
Objection, Your Honor, is deleting. Is always evidence.
That's next one.
The nature of the ligature and how it hangs. What is the importance of that to you?
The importance is looking at what part of that ligature is in contact with the neck. Is it single or double? Is what's important.
Now, in your opinion that you talked about before we went to break, you used the words manual strangulation. So I want to focus now on what is strangulation.
Strangulation is the application of external pressure to the neck, blocking airflow, blood flow, or both. All depends on how pressure is being applied.
And can you demonstrate it?
Yes, ma'am. I won't squeeze. So you can apply pressure to the neck in many ways. You can apply manual strangulation with hands. That would squeeze the neck. You can apply pressure with a bicep and forearm with the neck right here. You could put a ligature around somebody's neck and pull back. So any of those ways are strangulation because they're all putting pressure on the neck, blocking airflow, blood flow, or both.
And what happens to the veins and arteries in the neck when pressure is applied?
They collapse, then they close off, and they stop blood flow to and from the brain.
So what happens to the blood?
It stops. If you block the arteries, nothing can get up to the brain. So what that means is through these arteries, your brain is seeing less oxygen. And when you block the vein, blood can't go back to the heart to be circulated back up again, reoxygenated back up again. So you block the good blood going up and you block the bad blood, deoxygenated blood from going back to the heart and lungs.
And so when blood is blocked by the external pressure, what is the result of that in the human body?
Sounds like
What
someone's
happens
making
is
breakfast.
because the brain requires oxygen to work. We have no, in the cells in the brain, we have no oxygen reserve. So once the oxygen levels in the brain fall below a certain level, things start to happen. You see spots because that says your brain isn't, the part of your brain that helps it see isn't getting enough oxygen. And then in less than 10 seconds, based on a study, it's an average of 6.8 seconds, a human will go unconscious when you deprive the human brain of oxygen in the blood.
And so brain cells die.
For every second after you're unconscious that the brain is not getting oxygenated blood, cells die. And there are different types of cells in the brain. So some cells die first, and some cells are more resistant to the lack of oxygen, and they die last. Because we have different types of cells in the brain that do different things. So yes, but for every second the brain goes without oxygen, after you're unconscious, brain cells are dying.
And can that cause medical conditions?
Oh yes, ma'am. It can cause brain damage, and if it goes on long enough, death.
Brain damage. That's what we call it. Brain damage.
And in your training and experience, those medical conditions, are they considered serious?
Oh yes, ma'am. Serious, life-threatening.
And what are the risks?
Well, depends on how long the brain goes without oxygen, up to death, brain damage and death. If you tear the arteries in the neck, it's called a carotid or vertebral artery dissection, you can stroke and then die, or just stroke and live, depending on how much of your brain dies. You can have tears in your windpipe that can cause problems. You can have hematomas, which are collections of blood in the muscles of the neck. You can have tears in the esophagus, so the tube that takes the food from the throat to the stomach can be ripped and torn. Anything in the neck, vocal cord paralysis, vocal cord damage can occur when you put pressure on a human's neck.
What about fractures?
Fractures, absolutely.
Where?
Depends on where that pressure is applied. If you squeeze the hyoid bone, you can get fractures. You squeeze the larynx, the voice box, you can get fractures. If you squeeze down here, you can get fractures of the cricoid cartilage, fractures of the trachea, the windpipe. So it all depends on where you apply that pressure, what is going to get injured underneath that manual strangulation.
And what is the amount of pressure needed to cause the injuries you described?
To block blood flow from the brain in the vein, it's 4.4 pounds. To block blood flow going up to the brain, the carotid artery takes 11 pounds. To fracture the hyoid bone takes less than 10 pounds. To completely close the trachea, the windpipe, takes 33 to 34 pounds of pressure. So depending on where you put the pressure and how much will then dictate what structures will be damaged, closed, fractured.
And what is the pressure of an average handshake?
Average adult male handshake is 80 to 100 pounds of pressure. Average female handshakes are 60 to 80 pounds of pressure.
Both of those are sufficient to block the veins and arteries.
Oh, way more, up to 10 times over.
And what happens physiologically to the body when blood flow to the brain is cut off?
The brain won't work. So the first thing, I don't know if you've ever fainted. When you experience fainting, what do you experience? You see stars. What that is not enough oxygen getting to the brain, not because you're being strangled, but because your blood is pooling into your legs or some other part of the body. So that's the first symptom. And it could be that you just can't breathe if pressure is being applied to your throat, to your windpipe. But most strangulations are blood flow. So you start having changes in your vision, feel lightheaded, dizzy, and then you go unconscious. And after you go unconscious, if that pressure is maintained, things will happen to your brain as it begins to die and shut down. You lose control of your bladder and you will pee on yourself if you have urine in your bladder. You will defecate, poop on yourself if you have stool in the rectal vault. And then if that pressure is maintained somewhere between 1 and 2.5 minutes, then the part of your brain that controls your ability to breathe dies. It's part of the brainstem. It's the last part of the brain to die. So if pressure is maintained for long enough, somewhere between 1 and 2.5 minutes, then you will stop breathing and then you're dead.
And would those physiological responses of a body, would a witness observe that if they were to see it?
Yes, ma'am. They're going to see someone, depending on how the pressure is applied, could be struggling to breathe, could be seeing their eyes roll back and the individual go unconscious, then see them pee on themselves if there's urine in the bladder, or poop on themselves if there's stool in your rectal vault, and then stop breathing.
And what would happen if someone sustained those fractures you're talking about?
The fractures here, you're going to have, you won't be able to speak because it's any broken bones. When you have any bones and they rub together, it's painful because in our bone ends, we have sensory endings. So you're going to have extreme pain to swallow. You're going to have difficulty talking because the structure, if you have fractures of your laryngeal cartilage, that's going to inhibit your ability to breathe and to speak.
And to scream?
And to scream.
I'm placing on
Hey,
the
Meat,
overhead
you there?
pages 8 and 9 of your report.
Meat, Dylan. I gotta go. I gotta power my phone up. I'll be back. Peace.
And were these photographs significant to your analysis?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And why?
These photographs were taken the night around the May 24th, Emily's, I believe it was her birthday. And what it shows is there's no trauma to Emily's face or neck.
And with the fractures that she sustained to her neck, would you expect to see that had it occurred?
Had those fractures been, she would be having difficulty breathing, speaking, and should be in the emergency department for emergency treatment, probably an emergency airway.
And you have authored it was contained in your report, page 13, the physiological consequences of strangulation diagram.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you discuss this for the jury?
Yes, ma'am. This is a physiologic timeline. Time 0 being when pressure is applied to the neck, blocking blood flow to your brain. What happens to you or to any human when blood flow stops flowing to your brain? So first thing in time 0 is pressure applied to the neck. Blood flow to the carotids stopped. So within 5 to 10 seconds, the average of 6.8 seconds, a individual will go unconscious. After they go unconscious, if pressure is maintained on their neck, then they have what's called an anoxic seizure. This is where some part of their body will shake. Could be an arm, could be leg, could be the whole body. Will shake for a very short period of time. And that occurs an average of 14 seconds. The range, based on studies, is somewhere between 11 and 17 seconds is when that anoxic seizure will occur. Then, if pressure is maintained at 15-second mark, as the brain begins to die and your bodily functions shut down, the ability to hold your sphincter for our bladder releases and we will pee on ourselves. Then at that 30-second mark, other sphincter, other brain damage is occurring. Then our rectal sphincter dilates, and if we have poop, stool, we will defecate on ourselves. And then if pressure is maintained somewhere between that 62-second and 150-second, 7-second mark, then you will stop breathing.
And so 157 seconds, you're dead.
That is correct. Somewhere between that 1 and 2.5 minute mark, you're done because your respiratory center in the brain is brain damage has occurred and you will not breathe again.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to demonstrate by setting a minute on my watch. Do you have a timer with you on your watch? I'll let you do it.
I do.
Your phone?
Can you see it? Okay.
And when you press, just say start and then stop it at 62 seconds.
Start.
Just generally call bullshit on this whole line of inquiry.
For this entire time period, consistent pressure needs to be applied to the neck.
sorry, is that a question?
Yes, that was a question.
Stop.
And how many seconds was that?
That was 62 seconds.
And for 62 seconds, consistent pressure must be applied to the neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in your experience, when someone is strangled, what physical signs may be present on the outside of the body?
On the outside, there may be no marks on the outside of the body. The presence or absence of marks on the neck all depends on how that pressure is being applied. If you put a bicep and forearm on somebody's neck, you will not see a mark. They can be dead and no marks on the outside of the neck because it's a broad surface to broad surface. If you put a hand on somebody's neck, you can see, sometimes you can see fingertip impressions, circular bruises. Sometimes you can see scrapes from the fingernails. Sometimes you can actually see what we call a pattern imprint, where if a finger is being pushed up against a part of the body, what happens is where there's pressure from your finger, when you take the finger away, it's white underneath, and you can see an outline of the fingers. So it depends on how that pressure is being applied. If you take a ligature and you put it around somebody's neck and you pull, then you're getting that all that pressure is in that one small area, and then you expect to see a ligature mark of some sort. So it all depends on how pressure is applied. You can be strangled to death and have no marks on the outside of your neck, zero. So it depends on how pressure is being applied, whether you're going to see injury or not.
Does it also include the state of the body in which you're examining?
Yes, if there are other things that come into play. How much is the victim able to fight back and resist? Pull perpetrator's hands or arms or ligature away. How much can they fight? How many times was that pressure being applied? Was it one continuous pressure, or was it pressure and then hands come off because the victim's able to fight back, comes on again, back and forth? So there are lots of things that will dictate the presence or absence of bruises. Medical condition, patient on medications, aspirin, blood thinners, those all come into play as well.
Did you observe any of those on Emily's remains?
No, ma'am.
And were you able to make those observations based on the state of her remains?
No, ma'am. She was decomposed. You could not evaluate the skin.
And what are the internal signs of strangulation that we found during an autopsy?
It depends on where and how pressure is applied to a human's neck. If you've got pressure that's down here, collapsing the airway, at autopsy, you may see nothing. I've seen cases where I know the airway was completely collapsed because it was on videotape, and at autopsy, there were no marks to the windpipe itself. You can see hemorrhage of the muscles of the neck. If you squeeze a particular set of muscles hard enough, you can cause them to bruise. And so at autopsy, you will see hemorrhage within the neck. If you squeeze the voice box, you can see fractures here. If you squeeze the hyoid, you can see fractures here. So it all depends on where pressure is applied. You can actually see, when you see pressure way up here, you can actually at autopsy see hemorrhage at the base of the tongue. It can go that high. So it all depends on how the pressure is applied, how much pressure is applied, how many times that pressure is applied, what injuries you're going to see at living or dead.
Did you observe internal injuries on the remains of Emily Noble consistent with strangulation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What?
The fractures, that pattern of bilateral fractures of the hyoid and of the laryngeal cartilage, that's the type of injury that you see when you're manually strangled, because pressure has to be applied to both sides. Something has to squeeze pressure on the right and left to cause those injuries. So the injuries that Emily had, they are what you expect to see and what I have seen in many cases of manual strangulation, those exact same injuries.
When someone is being strangled, strike that. I think you answered that. What happens if the pressure is released while someone's being strangled?
It depends on how far down the timeline they've gone. When pressure is released and blood starts flowing back to the brain, depending on how long they've been unconscious and how much brain damage has occurred, will dictate how quickly do they wake up. And so if you put pressure on somebody's neck for 8 seconds and they go unconscious and you take the pressure off, they're going to wake up. However, if you put pressure on somebody's neck for 15, 20, 30 seconds, brain damage has occurred, and part of the brain that helps us create memory is going to be damaged. So, but depending on how far down that timeline you've gone when blood starts to reflow is going to show us what the degree of injury did that person sustain during that strangulation.
And then continuous pressure increases their life-threatening injuries.
Yes, the longer the brain is deprived of oxygen, the more brain damage is going to occur from blood flow. but you could have life-threatening injuries even if you didn't go unconscious. If you squeeze and you fracture the larynx, the hyoid, that's a life-threatening injury. And that could be done like this and it would never go unconscious. So again, it just depends on where and how that pressure is applied.
And in non-fatal strangulation cases, have you seen victims require hospitalization?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I want to go back to just a moment, Your Honor, almost finished, to these pictures from May 24th of 2020. And we'll just put page 9 of your report up. You indicated that there's no neck injuries depicted.
That's correct.
And from your review of the materials, there were, in your works, facial fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you expect to see those in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. There was
External evidence.
external evidence on the nose.
All right, now returning back to your opinion. And again, you were able to form this opinion to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you already reviewed 2, 3, and 4. But can you review number 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, ma'am. Number 5, Ms. Emily Noble sustained significant blunt force trauma to her face, resulting in an acute facial fracture sometime after 4:18 p.m. on May 24th, 2020. I agree with the autopsy. Number 6, I agree with the autopsy findings and opinions of Dr. Ann Castellone Richmond and Dr. Lee Lehman. And number 7, I agree with the findings and opinions of Angela Harden, MA, and Amanda Agnew, PhD.
And again, is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty that Emily Noble was strangled with continuous pressure for more than 62 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
And that this pressure to her neck was so great as to cause 4 fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
In your opinion, is that her death was not a suicide?
I think he's answered the question.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross, please.
Diane Menashe, on behalf of Matt Moore. There's, so much talk about how important weight is and being sure that we're making sure that things are accurate. So this is not representative of a 5-foot woman that's 96 pounds, right?
Anatomically, it is correct.
That's not my
Size-wise,
question. Size-wise, sir.
okay, no, you didn't say size, but size-wise, you are absolutely correct. That is not the size of a 5-foot woman.
Okay, so here I am, 5'8", right? Just so we have some scale, right? I'm 5'8", let's just hypothetically say. So you can put that down. I want to go back to the editorial about Ms. Menashe's size. Move this description.
Next question.
Thank you. So many times I heard you say, and I want to make sure, no literature that says that you could not have the bilateral fractures in the 2 different locations and it to be a hanging. And you said there's no literature that says that about weight. Do you remember all that times?
Yes.
So I want to be sure then, showing the witness what is going to be marked as defendant's II, you must not, well, let me back up. I want to really make sure that literature is something that's published.
That is correct.
Okay. showing you what's been marked as defendant's II in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology. Let me scoot that down so you're sure to see the whole thing. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you were familiar with this literature since you testified at great length that there is not one thing, nothing, nowhere. Just move it so they are removed. I'm sure you're aware of this study. 1995, a total of 109 cases of suicide or accidental hangings. And let me, if I can, just go right to the data in the chart with respect to the 109 cases. I'll let that focus. Of the 109 cases, between the ages of 21 and 30, there was one person that had the floor fractures. 31 to 40, there was two people that had the floor fractures. 41 to 50, one person. 51 to 60, where Emily's Noble's range was 3 people. I'm sure you're familiar with that study, and that study does not ever mention weight, does it not?
Well, I'm not familiar with that study, and I'm not sure whether this study actually broke down the difference between complete and incomplete. And so if it doesn't break those down, and particularly the incomplete, then that article is worthless, because what we have to do is look at what is the literature associated with the injuries that we see in Emily Noble. So if you can show me that this says the article is incomplete. Answer my question.
You'll have an opportunity on redirect again. Let's go through the article,
Please.
Especially in 7 cases with all the horns of the throat, the knot, and the highest point of the ligature was localized in the center. Do you see that right there? Here's why I asked you about that. Isn't it true that all this discussion that you were asked about, there is no picture showing how the ligature was around her neck, correct?
That is correct. It's folded over.
You were not at the scene to see how the ligature was around her neck, correct?
That is correct.
There is no one that saw that, right? Well, the picture you don't have it, and you were not there.
That is correct. I was not there.
You also were not there and do not know if over the course of 4 months, the ligature began in one place and ended up in the other as the corpse went from a 90-pound woman to being 18 pounds of skeleton. You do not know that either because you were not there.
That is correct.
Makes sense.
Just to go back here to in our series, 7 of 9 individuals, so 6%, showed fractures of all horns of the throat skeleton, supporting the observations that such injuries can occur in hanging. Do you see that sentence? Yes or no?
I do see that sentence.
Now, I guess you brought up the weight argument because in your report, lower the voice. Can't help it. In your report that's dated May 27th of 2021, you would agree, and let me know if you need a copy, you would agree that nowhere in that report do you even mention, not even mention, Emily's weight.
That is correct.
And now today, all these important findings are based on her weight that you've talked about. Would you agree with me on that?
No, not all the important findings.
And I want to just talk about why now weight has become important. It's because after you issued your report, you had a chance to review the expert report of my expert, Dr. Heather Garvin. Isn't that correct?
I did have the opportunity after I had written my report.
And since you were asked about reviewing the report, you then know that Dr. Garvin, in her report, cited literature which specifically said the 4-fold fractures, 3 cases from 6 were incomplete hangings in that type of double fracture, right?
That is correct.
But I guess your distinction is that those articles are for adult males that weighed more than Emily.
Yes, the article that you're referring to, there were 3 individuals, some weighed as much as actually 2 weighing 242 pounds to have that.
So I have a question about that line of testing. Just want to get to your report. So it was my expert that brought the literature to your attention, and now you're addressing the literature that my expert brought to your attention. Does that sound about right?
No, that sounds inaccurate because the attention to the literature is something that I did way before I ever saw Emily.
One moment. I just want to make sure that the articles that I showed you. Oh, here it is. All right. Just thought of something as you were going over this. This is your report. I mean, so I guess then we're talking about, since everything has to be, what we needed then was a study of
Objection to the editorial. Is there a question?
bilateral fractures on just women that were 52 that weighed 92 pounds. And we don't have that study, do we?
Oh, no, ma'am. We do have information regarding that exact question.
Okay, and I'll get to that in a second. I want to ask you about the fact sheet of your report. You talked about this thing with the prosecutor and 62 seconds. I looked at this and it hit me. Well, 6.8 seconds is based on what you have in this chart as an adult male. Do you see that?
That is correct.
But you're still sitting here using the tick, 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 right? Even though it says adult male. I mean, would you agree with me that your calculation isn't for a 96-pound woman that's 52, right?
No, those calculations, those studies were all done on adult men, actually 126 males, actually 132
But you
males.
still use the tick, tick, tick. And I want to talk about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question there or a statement from counsel? You still use the tick, tick, tick.
We're back. Maybe. I don't think we have audio, unless it's a me thing. Oh, wait. I'm doing it. So I don't know where. Hang on. My bad. So I got to catch up to where we're at. Let's see where this is.
Next question.
Thank you. Sorry, they're all in order. Yeah. For the prosecutor in you 62 seconds. I looked at this.
There we go. That should be close. Sorry, I was only half paying attention to.
You have in this chart as an adult male. Do you see that?
That is correct.
But you're still sitting here using the tick, 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 right? Even though it says adult male. I mean, would you agree with me
Hey.
that your calculation
Hey, what's up?
for a 96
I just saw it go down there for a minute. I was gonna
that's
come on and try to
52,
help you through
right?
it. She's doing a great
Those
job. You see?
calculations, those studies were all done
Oh, yeah.
on
She's,
adult men.
here, I'll let you talk since you're in here.
No, it's fine. I mean, you guys are seeing this. He's she's just going after his data, which is fantastic. He cherry picked data. That's what he did. So
Yeah, no, I mean, he just did what he wanted to and made it fit. I mean,
right.
You can't. There's no way that you can just sit there and say that that everything is the same as a 250-pound
Every hanging
woman.
in the history of the world is in the medical literature. So there isn't one instance of someone of Emily's stature, her weight, her age, and everything that's included in her diet and what was being hung out there for that long. It's all on paper, and there's never been any evidence of those breaks ever happening. It's like, who's going to believe that?
Right. Nobody's going to believe that.
Nobody.
And, I mean, he talks about the neck pressure and the this and the that. I don't know. I did a lot of fighting in high school, like that time of my life. I did BJJ and wrestling and
Sure.
I kickboxed for a while.
Cool.
Like, I mean, you could put pressure on somebody's neck without doing legitimate death to somebody. So, like the handshake's 10 times more powerful than you need to kill her by strangulation. And it's like, I don't buy that because definitely put more power than that into somebody trying to choke them out.
Did you like the 60 minutes? I remember that distinctly sitting there and as they're going tick tick tick, like Diane says, it's like, what was the sense in that? It was all for, it's for like dramatic effect, right? I mean, does it prove anything? Does it show that I did anything wrong? No, they just did it because it's part of his stick, you know. And you look, did you see Diane take the model of a person's neck and put it up to her? It was like this huge thing, you know. It's this gigantic model, and he's like, well, there's no way this ligature would ever do that to break those bones, and it's like he's using a model that's he's being disingenuous. And I think Heather Garvin, when she comes up, she states that.
Well, and it's while I'm sitting here, I can turn up the volume on this because I'm not paying attention. When you're looking at this kind of stuff, there's so much variability to the human body, and you can see that in so many different things. Like some people get hit by a car and die. Some people get hit by a car and walk away fine. Like there's so much variability in the human experience in the human body that you can't and shouldn't boil it down to if A happens and B. It's not a logic problem. These aren't computers.
The biggest variable is that she was out there for 4 months, and none of this that variable is not in any of the studies. Yeah. I mean, if that was okay, we're doing a study on people that have actually been hanging for 4 months in the outdoors, and this is the injuries we found. But it doesn't have anything. It doesn't go into that. So it's just the data is not reliable. The data doesn't tell the right story. It's pretty obvious.
Not even close. I mean, it's not even. It's kind of laughable. So,
and for the guy like this to be doing this at trials and convicting people, it's just fucking criminal, man. I don't know how much more you need to know that, and it goes. I mean, everybody knew about this what was going to be presented, right? I mean, did the chief of police know? I mean, I'm sure he was in on some of it. You know, hey, how's the case going? What do you got going? I mean, they all know that this happens. They don't give a fuck. They don't care.
No, they don't, and it's frustrating. I mean, and you see this every day, and we go back to if you didn't have Diane, we wouldn't be talking to you right now. You'd be in prison.
That's right. Isn't that it's terrifying. It's fucking terrifying that these people that are supposed to be taken care of is protecting our civil liberties, protecting them and putting their lives on the line, and they're not down. Now they're violating them for their own personal gain. It's horrifying. Stay away from police. I mean, good luck out there. I don't think there's anything I could have done any different. I really don't. I mean, she was missing. I talked because she was missing. Even if I didn't talk, you know, I don't think there was really anything. They were never going to take me to court regardless. I don't see anything you can do. It's just good luck out there, you know. I'm just an unlucky person, you know, that this happened to, but it happens all the time. These cops are, I talk about in my book, I have access to ex-law enforcement. And ex-law enforcement, like you, have a different perspective on things that present law enforcement does, you know. And they're trained for this. This is something they do for everyone. I get it. They're trying to get the most bad guys away as they can, so that I guess they can legitimize it in their head. They can justify what they're doing, but they know they're putting innocent people away. You know, they know it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know that that's truth anymore. That it's they're trying to do its best or trying to have some
collateral
damage, indignation. It's just, I mean,
now it's just all money. They're like, they don't even care if they just fuck them. Who cares? It's just another sap, some sorry sap that got involved in my game, and you're gonna lose to get in. Yeah, you're probably right, man. I don't know.
I think it's
just scary, no matter what it is.
I think it's far more important for them to put more people behind bars than it ever is to get it right. And that's unfortunate. It really is.
It's just know that if you learn anything from my case is that I don't know what you do, but I think the best thing to do immediately is get a lawyer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. First thing you do is get a lawyer.
Before you call, maybe at the same time or something. I don't know, but just get a lawyer. I mean, and then don't say anything. Then they and I don't. You looked at my case. What was it? Was it that I went down there and got interrogated? Do you think if I didn't get interrogated, that it wouldn't bring up charges on me? Was it that I cooperated, or?
I think it was in part because you cooperated, and I think your biggest flaw and your biggest error, and I'm not criticizing you for it,
No,
because shit,
I
you
get
didn't
it.
know at the time, but I was letting Cheeseburger into your house.
Yeah.
We gave them what they needed.
Right.
So
those little things like the bed wasn't made. I
Yeah.
mean, just such weak ass bullshit. Are you kidding me? He called their bed her bed and switched it. It's like, yeah, so what does that mean? You know, it's just nonsense. And they don't even know why. They just said, hey, but look at it. It's an inconsistency, so we're going to bring it up. But I can't believe that it would take this type of effort. I mean, I spent a lot of money. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I mean, it's just I can't even describe it. If you don't have money, they're going to do this to you. They can do this to you. They can put you away forever. If you don't have the dough to hire someone like Diane, and they don't care that you're innocent. They don't. These law enforcement that I talk to, they don't really go into it like that, but they definitely put the fact that it's a burner like way in the back burner. You know, they're looking to close the case. And if a guy is there and you got time on your cell phone where you're not doing anything on your cell phone, there's opportunity. Right. You look at your phone messages. He called her a bitch 4 months ago or 4 weeks ago or whatever. You know, who cares? That's right there. So I mean, literally, that's all they had on me was that we argued out of 500-600 pages of text messaging. They took 10 pages, and it wasn't even me bitching; it was her bitching. You know what I mean? I didn't say anything. So it's just you can put a case on anyone. You can. So you got to be careful out there, man. I don't know what to do. I just be careful. Always be alert that this could happen to you. You know, that if you have a volatile girlfriend or a wife, or you know, just always kind of make sure that you're okay, that you that you're using your cell phone. Basically, everybody always has their cell phone with them. Just make sure you're using it so you can be like, hey, I wasn't. You can't be doing what you're doing on your cell phone and murdering someone. You know, it's just or doing whatever they're going to try to pin on you.
Yeah, and I think that even I don't know that there's a great way to do it, because if you're on your cell phone, they're going to say, oh, well, you were dicking around on your cell phone just so you could kill somebody and get away with it.
And that's what they tried to do with me. They said, because I used the Find a Phone. They were like, well, yeah, I was looking for her. I used the Find a Phone app. They were like, no, it's you, you know, manipulating the scene or trying to get a story going. Yeah, you're doomed. There's nothing you can do about it.
No, there's nothing you can do about it. You just, I mean, the attorney's the biggest thing, and yeah, there's no way in hell I would have let Cheeseburger in my house. I would have. Where's your warrant, buddy? Like,
right. Well, I mean, I called them and they came, and the big fella in the beginning. I mean, I called him. So I mean, the last thing on my mind was worried about anything that was going to happen to me, and I just wanted, you know, so if I figured this is what you do, I don't know what I would do now. I just don't know. I would call a lawyer. The first thing I would do is I would call a lawyer before I called them. I would just make sure that they were over there. That doesn't mean they're not going to bring charges on you, but I think it's a little harder for them to do it.
Yeah. Just any kind of barrier to them being able to get information to railroad you, essentially.
And I'm telling you, anything you say will be used against you. And when I mean anything, it might have nothing to do with it. Because half the crap they were saying, I had nothing to do, didn't prove anything, but they used it. And it didn't get me convicted, but it got the case brought up against me. And then that's what they want. Ultimately, they don't care if you're convicted. Maybe some of the lawyers do whatever. They just want to spend that money. So they want to justify spending all that money. So more than anything, well, I'm innocent. You know, what do I got to worry about? You got to worry about them bringing a case against you and you having to spend all your money to prove your innocence. Because they have an unlimited amount of money. It's criminal. It's a broken system. It doesn't work.
Oh, of course. And I mean, take what they're saying to heart. Like when they say anything you say can and will be used against you, it will be. 100%.
It doesn't matter what you say.
Right.
What they're doing, and this is from what I got from my ex-police friends, or not friends, but ex-law enforcement that I talked to. Is that they look for inconsistencies in your story. It doesn't matter if it has anything to do. Doesn't have to prove that you did anything. All it shows is you making an inconsistency, which makes you out to be a liar. And if they can get enough of those together, they could be as benign. They could be nothing like mine. Like I spoke to her in the past tense twice. So I what did I do? Whatever those. I said I got up at 9, and then I said I got up at 10. Then I said I don't know because I didn't know when I got up. I had no fucking idea, and I didn't care when it didn't have anything to do with me trying to find my wife. Those are the things they put together, and if they get enough of those, they can go, hey, listen, we got a case here, and that's what they want. It doesn't matter if you're innocent or guilty. We have enough of this guy talking and saying one thing and then maybe changing it a little bit later. They're going to use that, and then it's all your money. It's gone. You know,
100%.
so it's get a lawyer and don't say a fucking word to anybody.
Yep. Don't say
That's
a
it.
single word.
Don't even
all.
say hi to him. When I got arrested, I didn't say. I mean, after I got arrested and I got put in jail, I didn't say anything to anyone. I literally didn't say. Mom was the word. By then, I knew you just don't say a fucking word to anyone. So not even to your family. My phone was tapped. I didn't say anything on the phone. Until I wrote my book, I didn't tell my story. Not even to my attorneys.
Yeah.
Because I didn't even trust them fucking half the time. You kidding me? Jeez. It's horrible.
Yeah. No, and it's bad. It's a really bad situation to be in, but
and your kid goes, God forbid your kid or your wife or one of your parents go missing, and you need help to find them. You don't know where they are. If your child went missing, you'd be frantic. You'd be like, just know that those police that are showing up at your door to help you are putting a case on you.
Yep.
And deal with it, man. Somehow deal with it. Do the least amount of talking as possible. But just know that they're not there to find your kid. They're there to put a case on you. They want your kid to show up dead or missing, so they can. That's what they do. They look for crime. Don't let them fool you, man. I'm telling you that they want you to commit crimes. And if there isn't a crime there, you know what they do? They fucking make it up. They literally just fake, like they did in my case. They made murder out of nothing, out of a suicide.
Yeah, it's seeming more and more like there's a push towards. They're in the crime business, so I get it, but yeah, it's just there's so much better ways to do what they're doing or are supposed to be doing, in my opinion. And
is there? Can they still put the maximum amount of bad guys away and put bad people away without putting innocent people away too? Isn't there some sort of something they could be doing? I don't know. Maybe the intelligence level of police officers have to be, or some sort of training or something. You're supposed to allow the evidence. You follow the evidence when you're investigating, right?
Right.
This thing with tunnel vision is just are they trained to get tunnel vision? What is that?
I think there's a couple things with that. I think one, it's the easiest.
It's
path
easy.
of least resistance. Humans are lazy inherently.
They say it's always the husband. It's always the husband because he's the easiest one to put a case on. It's not because it's always the husband that did it. It's just they have all that information, and he's sitting there talking to you because he's trying to get your help. So hey, this is the idiot's talking. Look at his talking. We can't shut him up. Look, he's talking for days now. Of course. And it could be a random guy that killed your wife, and he's long gone, and they're not even looking at that anymore. They're just looking to put a case on your dumbass because you're fucking talking. Yeah.
Yep.
It's bad. That's bad, man. And these guys could do it and look right at the public and lie. They don't care. Did you ever see my? The day I got arrested at a press conference.
Okay.
Oh, you should have saw it. You got to watch it. If you go to my YouTube station, I critique it. Oh, this is how good police work is done. And then they got up there and strangulation experts said this, multiple fractures to the face. It was just like this big to do, and the way they arrested me and brought me in, it was just a fucking show, man. It was just, it's disgusting. And all those guys, they all know they all knew I was innocent, or if they had some sort of clue. What do you have on this guy? Well, she made a doctor's appointment before, and if she wouldn't have made that doctor's appointment if she was planning on killing herself. That's your fucking evidence that he murdered his wife. You'd figure you'd be like, is that going to get a grand jury to indict him? Apparently so.
Yeah.
Apparently that's all you fucking need is flimsy evidence like that. It's just crazy. It's and that type of thing, the grand jury thing. Why even have a grand jury? Did they do anything at all? Did they prevent people from malicious prosecution ever? It's apparently not.
Well, like I've said before, the grand jury was originally it did have a kind of a noble intention. It was to make it so you didn't get smeared in the press or in public so the government had to prove that they had a case against you. Couldn't just throw it out in public and make everybody, blah blah blah. But they've definitely utilized it to their advantage to be beneficial to them and only them. So
they've weaponized it. Hey man,
Yeah.
I dig your news deal, Mighty Meat. Guys that are out there that want to hear news, because I don't like watching news. I just go to you now and I just listen to your critique. You watch the news and you tell me what's going on. I don't want to go to all that bullshit. But yeah, it's pretty scary because they're doing it to Trump. I mean, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I mean, to what I see, they're prosecuting him for paying a hooker hush money. The hell?
Right.
What's the problem?
Right.
What's the fuck? I don't think that's against the law. I had no idea. It's ridiculous.
So Congress has a congressional hush fund money. I don't know if you knew this or not,
yeah.
but they have a legitimate. There's a slush fund for hush money for congressmen. So there's no, funny business, and they don't have to deal with it in the press.
That's not. I don't believe you. There's no way that's true.
Swear to
No,
God,
I believe everything now. When
So-
people tell me the day my friend told me, hey, there's a place that kids can go, underage kids can go in what was it, Oregon or Washington or something, that they can go and get some sort of transitional surgery done on themselves without their parents' consent. I'm like, there's no
Holy
way
shit.
that's true. There's no way that's true, right? There's no way. Imagine coming home from work one day. Where's Joey? I don't know. He's next thing he comes home a girl, and he comes home castrated. And there's I didn't believe it. Mighty Meat, I didn't believe it. Guess what? It's fucking true. So after that, I'm just like, anything goes. I believe it all now.
It's an interesting time and world we live in. That's for sure.
Crazy. You're a little worried about what's going on in the Middle East. You think that it's going to go back and forth, tit for tat, and things are going to get out of hand. And I think, it's probably right.
I think if there's any indication on last night, I almost went back again because the United States threw up some bombers that don't go up just for the hell of it.
Right. Oh shit!
And it was very interesting last night. So, but they ended up.
I appreciate your channel because it cuts to you get right to it, man, which is great.
Yeah.
So and then you got your critique, which is fantastic. So
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
But
good stuff.
Before we go much deeper in nuking Dylan's channel while he's not here, we'll probably get back to the. We've been through everything YouTube hates to talk about, so.
Right. Oh yeah, that's right too. They'll demonetize you or throw you in the dungeon.
Yeah.
Put this guy back on. He's funny. This is Smock, isn't he great? Look at this fucking stuff.
Oh,
he's a criminal, man. This guy's just a straight up criminal, man. How many people did this guy? How many lives have this guy ruined? How does he sleep at night?
Probably a ton. Definitely a ton. So, I don't know, but yeah, greatest hair in the business. But we'll get back to him.
Actually, 126 males, actually 132.
But you
males.
still use the tick, tick, tick. And I want to talk about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question there or a statement from counsel? You still use the tick,
This is
tick, tick.
cross-exam. Ask your question.
I want to just talk about that exercise where you were doing the clock. You testified in this very courtroom in 2020, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Same prosecutor did your direct examination.
That is correct.
Strangulation case, you testified for the state of Ohio. You came up here, you probably sat in that same witness box.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You did the same, let's set our clock, tick, tick, tick. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that kind of like when you testify, do you have sort of like a shtick or like a thing that you do kind of in every case?
No, ma'am.
So like in that case, you brought in like the strangulation Sally doll. Do you remember that?
Oh, very well.
Yeah. And
Where's
then there's
Sally
like
at?
Normal Amanda or Amanda Normal or something like that.
Amanda
Abby
Normal.
Normal.
Where's Amanda?
And then today we have, instead of the dolls, we have this.
That is correct.
Look at his face. Look at his face, dude.
Testimony.
What adult man, please? All right, I'm good.
About the
Guy's such an
time
idiot.
someone is being pressure is being applied to someone's neck,
And
Look at me. I'm like, what
you
the fuck?
indicated either not. You were asked questions about what could happen in that 6.8 seconds or 7 seconds. And you were asked a question, could they run away? Right? Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
And you said no, but they're
She
they're
doesn't even
fighting
care
for
what you
their
say.
life. They're trying to get that pressure off their neck. And then you were asked a question, were you not? Have you ever had experience in seeing cases where victims have fought back? And you said, did you not? Depends on how they're fighting back.
Look
They're
at
trying
Corey.
to
See
take
Corey?
the hand away so they can breathe.
See the lawyer?
They're reaching
He's
out
laughing.
to gouge
Dude's
out
laughing.
the eyes, scratch the
Laughing.
person
You
who's
think he gives a
attacking them,
fuck
trying
what
to get
happens
them
in
to
this case?
stop.
You think he
Punch
cares if I'm
them,
guilty or innocent?
scratch
Look at
them,
that guy.
whatever
He
they
knows
can do.
she's tearing him
That is
apart.
correct.
They know they're gonna lose. Look at that. Look
Oh,
at
yeah.
those. Look at their whole team. It's a fucking joke, man. It's all about the money, man. It's all about the money. Fucking Corey. Corey, he didn't even work for Delaware prosecutors. There's no Corey that ever worked for the Delaware County Prosecutor's Office. He was just some guy that was up there. Right? Some guy
Jesus.
like
You're not
son.
a pathologist and
What a
you're not
fucking
an anthropologist.
That is correct.
Okay. I Googled, I typed in this website. It's just, I typed in that website. Would you be surprised to know that there's
It doesn't
a
even
website there?
exist.
And
It doesn't even
says-
exist. It's a fucking show, man.
Not at all, because I purchased the domain, but have
Because you're
never
phony, dude.
activated the website.
Yeah, you purchased the domain.
What
You
a
never
piece
fucking
of
look
shit.
at him. Look at him laugh. Look at that dude. Somebody hit that man with a car on the way out of
Then
there.
let's talk about the institute.
Run that fucking
in
asshole
quotes.
over. Look at that fucking asshole.
Medicine, law, and
Look, he's all
justice.
red. He's all fucking bent out of shape now. He's being exposed for being a fucking hack.
Yes, ma'am.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at how uncomfortable he is.
This is a case about the
You're a professional witness, and you're that
That is correct.
rattled by this broad.
I want
Give
to
me
go just because
break.
accuracy is everything, right?
She hasn't even got into anything yet.
No,
Accuracy, it's everything.
accuracy is
Can you
everything.
be more specific?
Well, is accuracy not ever important?
Oh, it's important.
And you write this report, you write these reports, because how many times this year alone, maybe we
Yeah,
can,
you fucking
have you
scumbag.
testified in a courtroom? It's August. How many times
30.
have you testified for the state in this year alone?
Probably 10 times.
10 times.
10. All right.
And
10 trials. So he
you
does
wrote
20 trials a
report
year.
in each of those times?
If
Wow.
the report was requested, yes, ma'am.
And you understand, of course, that a report is so important because it's given to the defense, and you know this through the course of your work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's the basis upon which questioning can be done of you when you testify.
That is
Look
correct.
at the defense. Look at him. Look at Sleeper. Dude, he doesn't get scrutinized this much. That's why
I'm just
he gets away
accuracy.
Mhm.
because they don't scrutinize.
Yep.
He
And
doesn't go
what's
up against
52?
Simon Agee all the
You know
time,
that?
so he gets.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Usually, it's just some
And
poor
I just
sap
wanna
that
make
gets
sure.
arrested, and it doesn't
A
matter.
lot of
They
circles
don't have to
Right.
catch.
Photographs,
Yep.
photographs, photographs, photographs. You see all those times I circled photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Want to make sure, because the issue has been made about whether decisions can be made on photographs. You never went to the scene on 9/16 of 21.
That is correct. I did not.
You never went to the scene in October, November, December.
Again, never
nor did
done
you go
anything.
Back in
Just
March of
Review shit and signs his
2022,
name.
when some additional remains were collected.
That is correct. I did not.
So your entire conclusions and analysis are based on
Other people's shit,
the
Mhm.
documents and
Garbage
the
in,
photographs that
garbage
you see.
fucking out.
No, ma'am.
Fucking
My
schmuck.
conclusions and analysis are based upon many things: education, experience, training, the documents that are listed in my report.
Fair enough. So my question should have been better, and that's on me. The materials you reviewed of the scene are photographs.
That is correct.
There is no video.
No, there is no video.
In fact, there's not even a video or photographs when she's actually cut down from the ligature.
That is correct.
That's convenient.
Yeah.
I want to just make sure, this right here is the purpose
of your review was to examine the injuries, injury mechanism, forensic, and medical issues. Do you see that section of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
The next page, page 2. Just because when the jury has this, I just want to make sure we're clear. This section, the history section,
Yes, ma'am.
this is based on hearsay. This is what the detectives have told you they believe is the evidence.
The history is going to be based upon the documents that are reviewed from the Westerville Police Department.
Well, I'm curious then, because you must have reviewed the Officer Hollis videotape and or Detective Grubb's investigative summary that said that John Kramer saw Emily Noble going for a walk on the 25th between 9 and 10 a.m.
I do not recall that.
You don't?
No, ma'am.
And it's not included, right?
That is correct.
Nor is it included that she was seen at 8 p.m. on the 24th by John Kramer going for a walk. Nor is it included, would you agree, that we know now from the cell phone data that Emily did in fact go for walks and not take her cell phone. That's not included either.
That is correct.
Nor is it included that
Look at
she's
his
found
face.
in different clothing when she is found in the woods than she was wearing the night before on her birthday when it was well photographed. That's not included.
That is correct. Isn't it?
Nor is it included that the clothing that she was wearing the night of her alleged manual strangulation is taken from the house, the shirt of Mr. Moore and the skirt of Emily Noble, and there's no forensics whatsoever. There's no rips, there's no tears, which I realize aren't forensics, but there's no serology, saliva, nothing.
Not that I'm aware of.
No, so that's not in there.
That is correct.
And then I'm just curious because of accuracy. Because it's not a phone charging cord, it's a USB cord.
That is correct.
Resting, I'm assuming by resting you mean kneeling,
That is correct.
but the word resting is used. So then I want to just go to the next page. Page 6.
She's tearing this fucking dude to pieces, literally. I don't know if maybe it's just I'm a little biased, but this isn't even close. And this is the best they could come up with. This guy's been doing this this is his 10th trial this year. This is what this guy does for a living. And she's just, I mean, you can't, she'll never take on a case and not have to like bullshit. If her client's innocent, she's going to fucking just destroy you. And this dude can't lie. He's not smart enough. He's just used to going up there and saying what he wants to say, and no one will ever put him in check. And she's doing it.
Yeah, nobody's gonna ever challenge him.
Nope.
God, I wish I could bring up comments, but Dylan won't allow me that great
Oh.
responsibility. But Sandwich Wench, I didn't even notice that guy was bald at first. The Strand does an amazing job hiding it. Holy shit, that's incredible. Comment of the day. I would bring it up if I had that power, but I can't be trusted.
Anybody who would ever leave the home with his hair looking like that is just not right, man. There's something wrong with you. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, just cut it, do something. But what are you trying to hide? Or no one's telling you that looks ridiculous. It's just fucked up, right? There's something weird. There's something wrong with you. It's like, what the fuck? There's something wrong with that guy mentally. That's all.
That just goes to his character because nobody has ever told him anything else.
Right.
But
Yeah, that's
he's
what it is,
incredible,
exactly.
and
No
nobody's
one's
ever
no one's
done
ever
anything
truthful
but
with
kiss
that.
his ass. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's
Very
exactly
good,
what that
Mike.
means.
Good one, meat.
So, all right, we'll get back to it. Shit, where's my mouse? There it is.
And everyone should be fucking pissed off this goes on in this country. Get mad. Get pissed off. Stop fucking paying these people. Stop.
Here we go, page 3. They were just out of order. I want to go through your report page by page. Page 3. Okay. You indicate the autopsy and forensic evaluation. Now, obviously, you weren't at the scene, but I'm going to ask anywhere. You were also not at the autopsy in this case.
That is correct. I was not.
So this section right here, after post-mortem examination, it begins. Miss Noble's remains were transferred to OSU. That's what this paragraph is summarizing right here.
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, Hardin's name is spelled wrong, but I just mentioned it. So I want to talk here about this paragraph. Showing the witness what's been marked as defendant's exhibit BB. But first, we'll leave it here for a second. Perimortem fractures of the left and right greater horns with clean, jagged fracture marks. Do you see that you are reiterating the findings?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we know you're not an anthropologist, but I'm assuming do you cut and paste this information into your report? How do you draft it?
Cut and
No,
paste.
I would rely on the information from other experts in using their words to describe what they saw.
So then you're aware, are you? Because I remember when you were being asked about your qualifications, showing you what's defendant's BB. And this is a textbook that was asked about with Dr. Agnew. That when we're talking about antemortem, perimortem, and postmortem fractures, this sentence right here says, does it not? Compared to postmortem fractures, let me move it up so I'm sure you see it. Bone fractures are often straighter, whereas dry bone fractures tend to have a more jagged appearance. And I'm assuming that since you've testified as to the extensive work you've done, while you're not an anthropologist, you know that dry bone is indicative of post-mortem. Dry, right? We're in the post zone.
Dry would be post-mortem. That is correct.
Dry bones have more jagged appearance. So then going back to the report. So we have your findings with respect to the restatement with respect to perimortem, jagged, perimortem, jagged, perimortem. And I noticed that you didn't discuss a lot about the antemortem fractures and displacement of the nasal bones and left maxilla and nasal spine. This again, just so I understand how you draft your report, you just cut that, you take it from one report and you pop it into yours? Is that what you do?
No, ma'am. What I do is I will read what the other expert has written and may take their language or paraphrase it and then put it into the body of my report.
You put things in your report that you rely upon in your findings and conclusions, do you not? That's why they're in your report.
And specifically for this, yes, did I rely upon the report of Dr. Agnew? Yes.
Have you ever heard the expression garbage in, garbage out?
Yes, ma'am.
I paid a lot of money for
In
that
your
term.
reliance.
I own it now. I own it.
You use the photographs of Dr. Agnew
It's fucking beautiful.
from her
man.
report on page 5, do you
Fucking
not?
beautiful.
Yes, ma'am.
They're even, the words are even
Fucking
right from her
schmuck.
report.
Yes, ma'am.
You include on page 6 this picture right from Dr.
They
Agnew's
paid him a
report,
ton
do you
too,
not?
didn't they?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And same,
I don't think it
you
was
know,
that much money.
descriptor of the
I
picture.
mean,
That's
I don't.
straight from her report.
It was
Yes,
you know, a
ma'am.
couple grand. maybe
tell
10 grand altogether.
the
Okay.
jurors where you see the plastic deformation?
Where I see the displacement and the fracture is in this area here along.
Did you, I know there was a bit of a delay before you started testimony. Did you and Dr. Agnew have a chance to speak outside in the hallway?
No, ma'am.
You did not. So let me pause there. Would you agree that that's the left side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we were just talking about nasal fractures, but that the sides are called the maxillas, or is that right?
The maxilla is the area of the cheekbone. That's the maxilla, and the upper jaw is the maxilla.
The one that Melissa showed. So we've got the plastic deformation, which is essentially it's indication of something being like displaced or off kilter or bent. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to just show you what's in your report on 9. And of course, the jurors have this picture.
I think maybe she
so
did
they
her
can
homework.
tell for themselves. I know you were
He
asked
certainly did. Yeah.
about whether or not there was bruises on her face. But you weren't
You're gonna get that with a court-appointed
just
attorney?
with respect to whether there's
Hell
a
no.
deviation in the left side of her
Fucking
nose in
bruise.
that picture. And there's another picture, is there not? Thinking, I'm not sure it's in your report.
Trust me, they knew how much money I had, and they knew who my attorney was. They didn't care. It was about the money they were going to spend.
Sure.
They knew they were going to lose.
Narrating
proof of
this
that, too.
report
They knew they were
without
gonna
formulating a
It's
question.
about the money
that
at all
elicits an
times.
answer.
This is cross-exam.
Yeah.
Back to that displacement with respect to, or rather deviation in the left side of her nose. Would you just agree with me that this side of Emily Noble's face would be her left side?
That is correct.
And this side would be her right side. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to go back to this same page here, just so this is additional history. You just note facial injuries. Would you agree that you don't specify the facial injuries?
I'm sorry. You're talking about paragraph 2?
Yeah, where you just
Yes. Where I
start with
say
the facial injuries and fractures documented, right?
yes, meaning documented at autopsy.
Well, there were no fractures documented at autopsy. The only fractures that you and findings and conclusions you relied upon were from Dr. Agnew.
Yes. Now, the anthropologic autopsy, not the autopsy, but what Dr. Agnew documented.
And it's those documented fractures that you include and rely upon in your report.
That is correct.
Because Agnew didn't perform an autopsy, right? But that's what he said.
Right.
He said he relied on the autopsy. But, so I'm sure that's just semantics, but it just makes him look like an idiot, whatever.
Yeah.
Because he is, folks.
He's a complete jackass. No question there.
I just want to talk now. Let me clear that screen. And it's in your report where you talk about your 35 years of experience in forensic evaluation of injuries and analysis of injury causation and crime scene evaluation. Do you see that in your report on page
What
11?
a big fucking mouthful
Yes,
of
ma'am.
nothing.
Let's go back to I'm sure you remember that you gave a YouTube video interview on April 23rd of 2021. Do you remember that? You sat down. It was about a 14-minute interview. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
And
You,
I
you,
said this
you don't
while
think he
I'm
knew about
asking
this?
some
That you was gonna ask him
questions
about this?
about,
Well, you 100%
the
knew about it.
say that you consult with when asked U.S. attorneys, the FBI, police agencies across the country to assist them in the investigation of violent crimes involving living victims. That an answer
Living.
you would give
Living.
in terms of who you consult with?
May I see my testimony?
Sure.
Sure. Since I don't have a copy of it and don't remember.
And for the record, that's a certified copy.
Yes, ma'am.
Then, and let me know if at any point you need to refresh. Then when you were describing, ask what a police surgeon is, and that's what you are, you're a police surgeon.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a physician trained in forensic medicine to assist detectives in cases involving living victims, living patients. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you were asked questions about, well, do you work on the dead as well as on the living? And tell me if you remember that you said sometimes we do. For example, if we're trying to determine who is the driver, who is the passenger in a motor
That's what
vehicle
he
collision,
does.
where both
That's what he
occupants were
does.
ejected, one
He's a
was
car
clearly
accident
driving.
guy.
Which one?
That
The-
spun it,
that
made a
is
career out
your
of this
answer
bullshit.
as to cases for the non-living. Do you
He's
remember
in
that?
the accident
ma'am.
reconstruction type of the area.
Name one thing that this guy said that about
Seemingly.
the scene that made him think it was staged.
Right.
Besides
That's correct.
Emily, besides the
Then-
injuries that someone
Right.
else fucking evaluated.
He hasn't addressed it at all.
Were asked
Nothing.
about whether,
Nothing.
Not
He
even
doesn't.
in
remotely.
your experience and knowledge and expertise, who is
Because he
it
doesn't have to at
in
most trials.
your
man.
understanding as to who can determine cause and manner of death? And isn't it true that the person that can determine cause and manner of death, as you've said previously, is the medical examiner?
That is one of the physicians that can. That is correct.
And I say what I'm about to say next because so many times the expression crime scene has been used. I am sure that you would agree with me that crime scene is a determination to be made. It is a scene when you arrive.
That is correct.
It is a scene when detectives first get there.
That is correct.
And then when you were asked, what if people ask you, who is this Dr. Smock guy? You said, did you not, referring to yourself in the third person, Dr. Smock is a
you did.
physician who has been concerned with justice and has been concerned with living forensics his entire career,
Douche.
training
What a crock
doctors,
of
nurses,
bullshit.
police officers, and how to evaluate the living victim who have been the subject of a shooting, a
Living.
stabbing, or a strangulation.
Mhm.
He did a
We know,
podcast or something. This
we
is
need
him
to
on a
refresh
podcast,
that.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
She went and found it, bro. Diane went and
Yeah.
found it.
That's
Found
awesome.
him talking bullshit on a fucking podcast. Busted him. You don't work on dead people. You work on live people. Look at him. Look at his face.
Mm-hmm.
Cost me $1 million to expose you, you fucking prick. He's probably out there still doing it.
Yep. Oh, for sure, he's still doing it.
And with respect to your passion, it's the application of forensic medicine to the living patient that comes into the emergency department that has just as many forensics needs as someone who is dead, but they are alive. That's also what you said. Let me show. So
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Guy's a fucking hack. If anybody out there ever needs me to come testify at their trial, I'll show up. I'll do it for free, or I'll do it for like some beers,
asked about
beer money.
Yeah, definitely get some beer out of it.
exterior evidence of strangulation, such as hemorrhages, right? That could be bruising. Hemorrhages could be bruising, but there could also be petechial hemorrhages, right? When someone is at a loss of air, they can get like little red dots around their eyes. Can they not?
No, ma'am. The petechial hemorrhage don't come from loss of air. They come from the obstruction of blood.
And the petechial hemorrhages are essentially busted blood vessels. Is that a better way to say that?
Yes, they are broken capillaries that pop from increased pressure.
And those are some visual signs that could exist if you had a case of a living person.
Living or dead, you can see petechial hemorrhage in both.
And I was just going to say, or a dead person where there was tissue still present where we could see those types of things.
That is correct, ma'am.
And we don't have that.
No, ma'am, we do not.
Your hourly rate, what you're being paid, what is it?
I'm being compensated at a rate of $300 per hour.
And then do you have like a per
That's not terrible,
day
I
per
guess.
diem when you come here and testify?
It would be a maximum of 10 hours if I'm working 10 hours.
So $3,000.
That would be correct if I work 10 hours.
And I know that you indicated that your work in this case began in January. Is that your testimony of 2021?
Yes, approximately.
And that was when you first had that call with Detective Grubbs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in March 9th, you were on a Zoom with a number of people. Is that correct?
I don't recall, but I was on many phone calls, probably Zoom.
You remember, if you don't remember the date, being on a Zoom, how many Zooms have you been on with the prosecutors?
I don't recall any unless the prosecutor's on the one.
And if you don't recall them being on any Zooms with you?
They may have been. I don't recall.
He's defeated.
And do you recall how many phone calls you had with them?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
How the hell do you not recall?
Go ahead.
No,
Look
I
at
don't
Grubb's
remember
face.
how
Look
many
at
phone
look at
calls.
look at Corey. Look
Do you
at
remember
Sleeper.
how many
They're fucking done, dude. And
I don't
that's
think we've
Holloway.
had any until I
Big
came
bad head.
up for this trial.
I love looking at those
And,
pictures,
and
man.
then
They're
you've
all
had a meeting
fun.
since you've been here. And I'm
They were
not
there
getting
every
into
day,
what you
bro.
discussed. I just want to know the number
Yeah.
of times that you've
The
met.
cops were
In
there
person,
every day. Instead of out doing cop shit, they were at my trial
Yesterday.
being paid full
And
fucking
how many
all the way.
calls have you had
Mm-hmm.
with Mark Hickman?
A sergeant,
Delaware
detective sergeant,
County,
was there every
coroner?
day,
I have not. I had
getting
one meeting
paid,
with him
baby.
yesterday.
All of them.
You met in person with him.
That is correct.
And how many meetings or calls have you had with Dr. Agnew?
None.
And
Probably
how
the
many
safest
meetings or calls
Westerville's
have you
ever been.
had with defense expert Heather Garth?
None.
How many meetings or calls have you had with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, who was the entity that did the autopsy in this case?
None.
The photos, I noticed in the case history included in your report, I'll show you page 3 again. Thank you, appreciate it. You're aware, I presume, that there was a water bottle found on the left-hand side of Emily when she was found.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that there was a vape pen on the left-hand side of Emily as well. I presume you're aware of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you're aware that she was left-hand dominant, though she sometimes used her right hand.
I don't recall which dominant she was.
And you see the position that she's in that picture, do you not?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And she's kneeling,
Yes, ma'am.
showing you what's been marked as, and Your Honor, I forget the number, so. Sorry? R. This is one of the pictures that you looked at, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
and you were asked about knots on that cord, and you would agree that her shoes are knotted? I'm happy to approach if you'd like to look at it. more
Can
closely.
you zoom in?
Sure. I'm also, can I have the shoes? Can I have the shoes? I'd like to show you the shoes, if you don't mind. I think we have gloves back there, do we?
We do.
Right.
Do you need some?
I would like one, and that'll do me. Thank you.
Okay.
And there's a right and a left, and I'm okay with you opening either, so it's your choice. Tell me if there's a pair of scissors back there, if there's not. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I know the detectives in the courtroom with respect to chain of custody, and you didn't bring tape. I know, that's.
Would you like me to open it?
Yes, please, but you can tell the jurors if you're opening the right or the left shoe. They are not marked. Do you want me to?
Yeah, he's opening one unless identified with that.
Defendant's exhibit JJ, and I know that, Your Honor, that they will be marked and introduced with the coroner. Can you indicate whether that's the right or left?
Yes, ma'am. This is the left tennis shoe.
Matt, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Sorry, I run to the center.
Hey guys, what's up?
Thank you. So just want to, if you could, would you agree with me as we're looking at it, that do you see the knot of how those shoes are tied?
Oh, jeez.
And I'm sure you're aware that the shoes were still found on the feet of the remains.
That is correct.
Emily knew how to tie
And so,
knots.
with respect to.
She tied really elaborate knots.
Slow walk, but certainly the
She was
jury
kind of a
will
tomboy
have-
when she was young. Oh man.
And this would have been the left shoe that was found on Emily Noble based on your review of the photographs and the evidence label.
She
Based on
shows
the
how I
evidence.
make
Thank
knots
you.
and how
No
Emily
need to
made
open the
knots.
other one, just wanted to.
They do that when they go through the house with a camera and they take pictures. They have a picture of my sneakers and then they have a picture of her sneakers. And when she took off her shoes, her shoes were tied a certain way. Oh, I couldn't. I don't even know how to make one type of knot. It's the kid knot. Emily was she was a bit smarter than I was. That Diane's getting it in there. That's what they call that.
I'll talk to you about the positioning. This is R, defendant's exhibit.
They'll show
R.
my shoes. They show her shoes. They show that the knot that Emily tied her shoes with was the same type of knot she had on the shoes she was wearing that night.
It is.
And it's a very elaborate knot.
And
then they never
appears
show
to
you the
be
knot that it's used to
the right
around her
companion
neck.
shoe of the one that we just looked at.
That is correct, ma'am.
And the legs right here, just based from your observations.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware, with respect to the coroner's report, are you not, that she was found wearing a black tank top?
Yes, ma'am. That
And
is correct.
the remains were only,
I
was
guess
it
she's
about
saying
18
that Emily
pounds?
put her shoes
they
on
were
then,
found?
right?
Do I
And
remember that number right?
she
Yes.
tied them that way.
For less than 20 of
I'm
them.
thinking.
Less than 20 pounds. So over the course of decomposition, Emily's body went from 95, 98 pounds all the way down to less than 20.
Watch
That
this.
is
Watch
correct.
what Diane
And I
said.
don't mean to say this as a word that is disrespectful, but it was almost like she shrinks almost, right? Like her body size decreases that much because she loses the fluids, the muscle, the tissue, all that kind of thing.
Actually, the better word is you collapse.
Oh, gee, thanks,
And
Schmuck.
so
Thanks,
you're
buddy.
aware that there was a
Thanks for
tank top
clarifying that,
recovered,
you
a set of
fucking asshole.
leggings,
Look at that
and then
guy.
there's also like a white T-shirt that has fallen down and off her body. Do you remember that from the items collected at the coroner's office?
I do not,
Okay.
but there's probably a list of all the items.
All the items are listed in the report, which they recovered, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that the legs are covered here. They appear to be pants.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I know with respect to your findings about staging, I just want to be clear that when someone is dead, there is an expression, is there not, dead weight?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if I'm dead and it's my hands, right? If you move hands, let's just say 3 hours, right? After I'm actually declared, and this is hypothetical, but actually I've been declared dead, and you've got dead weight, right? So it's harder to move someone because someone's body, right, can't move on its own. Would you agree with me?
That's correct.
And so I just want to talk about the positioning of the body. That first of all, if a body was dead, that they would first have to be positioned in the kneeling position, right? And they would have to be held up. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we've got their hands, and then we would have to like somehow put them back here. And then as you see in Defendant's Exhibit R, it appears, does it not, that the right hand is around the ankle.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you do that? How do you fucking do that? She had her hands wrapped around her fucking ankles. How would I do that? How would I wrap her hands around her fucking ankles? Give me a break. They all knew. He knows. They all know. Look at that schmuck. He's completely defeated. He knows it. That Corey guy, that lawyer right there, Connie went and looked up, tried to find out who he was. Connie's the juror number 8 that wrote that book, and who's we're friends now. She couldn't find him in their directory or their history. He was and if you've seen the trial, he's really bad. He's not good. It's like he's in law school. He's not an experienced lawyer at all. And they had him do the opening statement and the closing statement. He was the last person they heard from. It's as though it's like you can't, out of all the people to do something, it's very important, the opening statement and the closing statement. It's really important. And they gave it to him. And he's not even employed with the Delaware County prosecutor. He's not a Delaware County prosecutor. We don't know who he is. I don't know. And he's horrible. He's the guy that was like, I like to read books. I like to read the last chapter before I read a book. That's how I start with it. It's like,
Dr. Smock, again, you've reviewed, defense counsel was asking you about whether or not you've reviewed their own expert's report.
That is correct.
And their own expert
Hey,
agrees the fractures to the neck area are perimortem.
That is correct.
Now, you were asked about
hey, neat.
previous testimony
What's up, man?
in
What's up, dude?
the Brandon Ivy, trial 2 years ago now.
What's up?
You missed a lot of jazz, man. They're playing jazz now. They were playing kind of a 3-chord rock and roll thing before. Now they are playing jazz.
No, I was listening. I just had to run and grab something real quick, but yeah, I honestly don't understand what the benefit is to any of this, truly. I mean,
Did you hear me talk about that Corey guy, the Corey lawyer who had the opening statement and the closing statement?
Yeah.
And the kid's like a mock trial kid at at a school, at a law school. He's horrible.
Mhm.
Why would they do that?
Yeah. It seemed, I don't know. It seems like they
Have you
cared more
ever
about
heard?
the
I'm sorry to
theater.
interrupt you. Have you ever
No.
heard of anybody throwing a case, like losing on purpose?
I don't know that they lost on purpose, because they seem like for all intents and purposes, they seem passionate about what they're
Actors.
talking about or doing.
But would it be out of the realm of possibility that these people didn't want to win? That's how bad their case is, right? They literally wanted to lose for whatever reason. They were forced to bring it to trial. They knew I was innocent, and they were like, "We can't, this guy doesn't even cheat on his girlfriend. You know, I mean, he doesn't cheat on his wife. He doesn't do anything wrong. We can't put this guy away." So they throw it. You know, they just put on the worst fucking case ever, and that's just me being paranoid, I guess, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the case, because I think that there's obvious some passion about it. They're interested in it. I mean, I think they just had a shit case, and they did what they could with a shit case.
Okay,
Like,
all right.
They didn't have
I'll go with
anything.
that. I'll stop thinking
So-
that then. But sometimes I get real paranoid. I'm like, they're not even trying. If, like
Right.
before, when I was showing you the camera passed them and they were laughing. Dude, I saw
Mhm.
them giggling all the time at trial. I saw them giggling. They couldn't help but laugh. I'm telling you, man. Maybe it was just me being stressed out and paranoid or whatever. But I just saw that Corey guy giggling, and definitely I don't think I saw Grubbs ever giggling, but Sleeper was giggling. I'm telling you, man. I don't think they took it that serious. I think they were just acting.
Yeah, I think there's some degree of acting, or some degree of, putting on a show, that kind of thing. I definitely think that may be the case, but I think that there's this. I mean, like I've said a million times, it's a coin flip. Like, you can get a prosecution
right.
on
We'll get this
anything.
one, boss. Let me take it to trial. Come on. Give me this
Right.
case, man. I got this, man. Don't worry about it. We can get this guy. He's not even from town. No one even knows this guy. Fuck him. You know what I mean? We got him lying. He's talking. He's lying about what time he got up. He's lying about taking a sleeping pill. He's lying about whatever else I was fucking. He used her in the past tense. We got this fucker, and they bring it to trial.
Well, and so let's be honest. Again, we've talked about the Westerville and the fact that not a lot went on there. There's not a ton of crime. There's not a ton. So they don't have any experience with any of this either. So they're going into it prosecuting, domestic violence, or,
right.
Just
no experience.
Right. They're doing little things that are daily, day-to-days, that they can probably get away with doing no research, or bringing in an expert like Smock, because one, you're not going to have people putting up a defense, and two, you're not going to have the gravity of a murder charge. It's like some of the other trials that we've seen, where you get this supposed ace attorney, like for example, I'm trying to remember the kid here in Michigan, the Oxford shooter. Like, for every bit of research that I did on the mom's attorney, she's well respected, great at what she does, but she doesn't do something like a murder case. Like, it's a completely different. It's a completely different animal, and it came through pretty clearly with her. But she was. I mean, she wins all the time. She mostly deals with pleas, and it's just a different world. That's why. And it doesn't happen as frequently as some of the other procedural or day-to-day shit. So
I've mentioned this to you before, and Diane was on a podcast. It was about lawyers, and it was just her and another woman, and they talked about how good of a year that Diane had, and they talked about all three cases that she won. She won the Husel case, the doctor case, my case, and then she went and got a couple guys released from prison that were there that didn't do it. So she was like a pro bono lawyer, and she knocked them. She won them all. You know what I mean? It's all boom, boom, boom. Just right in a row. And so she's on this show, and they're talking about it, and then they got to my trial, and they started talking about my trial, and part of it was Diane said, and I know I've told you this, that at a meeting that they had prior to the trial, I don't know if it was on the phone or whatever it was, but it was her and Grubbs' boss, whoever that is, and they were laughing about it when Grubbs said, "You're gonna destroy us. You're gonna destroy us, Diane." You know what I mean? And they were laughing about it. So they knew they didn't have any evidence. They knew, and then he gets on Law and Crime TV and says, well, we would have brought this case to trial if we didn't have enough evidence for it to be a murder. But he knew it wasn't. He knew he didn't.
Well, it's because you don't have to. You don't have to. Like, again, it's a coin flip. Like our jury system is feelings and a coin flip, and you just the game plan that I've seen from the last couple tries that Dylan's covered, or that I've done, or other people have done. The game plan is just throw it all up there and see what sticks, and that's a dangerous precedent to set for our justice system.
So I think what you're coming from, they still want to win.
Oh,
it's not just money. They want to win, but it's got to be, hey man, we got a really lousy case here, but it doesn't really matter. Come on, man. We're my buddy that owns this. He's got that going, and I'm gonna win some brownie points with this guy over here. We're gonna be spending $2.5 million. We're gonna be spreading around all this cash. I think that money has a lot to do with it. I think it did in my case. I think it really did in my case. So
I completely agree. I think money has a lot to do with it. But I also think it's the personal advancements and all that good stuff that.
How long is this loss going to affect? Let's say Grubbs, his career. I mean, I'm going to say like within 6 months, everybody's forgotten about it, and they're just back.
Oh yeah.
What they do. So
no, he gained more favor and more brownie points by losing.
Right.
Than not pursuing it.
Yeah.
So,
right. There you go.
So
I'm telling you, Mighty,
positive either way.
Every detective that was working that day was at my house on Tuesday, and you know what I mean. And there wasn't any reason. There was no evidence of foul play anywhere, and there was just cops there. They don't have anything to do. They don't have anything to do. I'm surprised the chief of police wasn't there. He was probably sitting back at the station with a walkie-talkie talking to everybody. They were collecting DNA on Tuesday, dude. Have you ever heard of the police? Isn't there an amount of time that they have? I mean, I hear about like cases in the city where they won't even look for certain people. They don't even care that we don't have enough resources. You're going to have to figure this out on your own, or we'll make a report. I mean, for them to put all this effort into something so quickly with no evidence of any foul play, it just seemed like the train left the station and they didn't even care about turning it around. They just went, fuck it. And then they find her and she's obviously committed suicide. So what do? You start doing all these tests on her to find what? Finally they found a chip on her nose aperture that wasn't even a chip, because that's the intrinsic nature of the nose apertures to look like that. And they got it on, bro. With a little thing like that, and they spent $2.5 million.
Yep. So I mean, yeah, it's again, I think it's a symptom of the tiny city, and way too much money to spend for their own good, and that kind of thing. I'm born and raised in from the city of Detroit. My buddy and I had a place, and we called because there was a crackhead breaking into our house and threatening us with a gun.
At that moment, hey, listen.
3 days later,
3 days.
GPD showed up to my house, and they're like, "Yeah, you had a complaint of somebody." I'm like, "Yeah, that was 3 days ago." Like, like what the hell? So I mean, it's dependent on, like, obviously it's a big city. They don't care. Like, it's not part. And even if we would have died, they wouldn't have given two shits. We're just two random assholes, But that's the difference. Is Westerville's small. It has a huge budget, and
isn't there
a
part
was a
of them
priority.
that knew that they could do something like this, and if I did turn out to be innocent, that they could just get away with it? That had to be part of it, right? I mean, it's not like, hey man, if this kid turns out to be innocent, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, man. You spent a lot of money, you waste a lot of money. I don't think that even comes into it. I don't even think they're just like, well, we can do this with impunity. It doesn't matter.
yeah, I mean, there's no downside. Like, what's their punishment going to be? Like,
Yeah, really.
I mean, truly, most of them probably either got promoted or, you know, some
Right.
kind of raise or,
Right.
and there's no, I mean, there's no downside to them. So why wouldn't they? Like, there's
Right.
no accountability for it. There's no
Only
negative
if
side
you
of
could sue
bringing it.
them for wrongful prosecution, which, as far as I know, I've been told by Diane that if you're indicted by a grand jury, they're immune from that. They're immune from any civil litigation for
Yeah.
wrongful prosecution. So,
Which is another reason why they use the grand juries to fall back on that. But
yeah.
but yeah, I mean, it makes it really tough for the average guy to take them on, and that's why it's terrifying. That's why it's scary, and that's why we need to.
That's right.
More people need to kind of make noise about it, because if not, it's going to be a pretty
I'm
tough spot
telling
to be in.
if you don't have any money for a lawyer, and the next thing you know, you need a lawyer to go in and do what Diane did.
Mhm.
Good luck, man. Good fucking luck. I hear
Right.
sometimes those guys just show up and are just like, then they just do enough not to get accused of insignificant representation or whatever they call it. I don't know what it
Yeah.
is. But it's a term. So that you just get just enough to where they can't appeal it. They're just worried about getting appealed. You just become meat for the meat grinder, man. It's
Oh,
to
yeah.
experience it is something I can't really describe. I mean, I've lost all faith. I don't believe anything the government tells me. Like, it's to a point where it's psychosis. I just don't believe. I don't believe any of it. When I hear it, it's kind of ruined me in a lot of ways, because I just don't believe anything they say. Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't blame you. I come from the other side of it, where I worked for the federal government, so
Right.
I don't believe a damn word they say either, because I dealt with them every day.
I like that one, the story about at the end of the budget, if there's any money left over, they just give you catalogs, right?
Yeah.
Pick some shit
Mhm.
out. Right
Yep.
on.
Yep.
I
For
want one
sure.
of those fans with that blow on the air, the mist comes out of it. You know what I mean? When it gets hot, I want a mist fan.
Oh, it was awesome for us, but such a waste. Such a
bet.
waste.
Right.
But
I don't remember our condo in Westerville was about 1,000 square foot, but it was really nice. I mean, it was nice. I think we paid 18 every 6 months.
wow.
I'm not much of a real estate agent. I'm not really into money all that much, but I think that's, what's that? 18. It's $3,600 a year coming out of your equity. So if you live there 10 years, that's 36 grand. That comes right off. If you got you might sell that place for 150, 200 grand. 30 grand is coming out of in taxes. I don't know, see how people make it. It's a lot of money. And that's for 1,000 square foot fucking condo.
Mhm.
Imagine if you had a regular house, man. Yeah, the taxes in Westerville are asinine.
Yeah, I live in a suburb now of Detroit, and our taxes are unbelievable.
Is it worked into your your payment? Your nut?
I don't know. I don't touch that shit. My wife does it all.
Oh, cool. Right on. Good for
Yeah.
you. Emily was the same way.
I don't.
I'm like,
I
why
don't
do you
deal
want to
with
live
it.
here? She's like, don't worry about it. I like living here. I'm like, why? I don't get it. We're surrounded by 90-year-olds. It doesn't make any sense. Let's get out of here.
We do it strictly for the schools, because I have 2 little guys. So
Cool. Right on. Good for you, man. All right.
But that's the only reason we live here, and it's really expensive to do it. So, but all right, we'll get back to it, because we only have like 15 minutes left in this day. So,
well, I think
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
doing a marathon, so I don't know where. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I'm hoping he comes back, because I gotta skate at some point here.
All right.
But
All right, cool.
But we'll keep going.
And specifically, defense counsel was asking you about your testimony regarding when the victim fights back, injuries that you could see on the victim and injuries that you could see on the suspect. Do you recall that kind of testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And those injuries you were describing in Brandon Ivy were from which viewpoint between the strangler and the victim?
I believe they were face to face.
Face to face. And so if you are seeing wounds on a victim, like you testified to, scrape marks like this,
or scratches, that perpetrator has to be in front of you.
That is correct.
All right, I got direction from Dylan. So, he's still having computer issues, and so he's not going to be back. So he said if we could finish up this day, and then he'll come in and end the stream, and just I'll let him know. So I'll send him a message.
All right. So we're gonna
So-
end this.
We'll finish the rest of this day. So we got
Okay.
like 25 minutes.
Cool.
He apologized. He said he just can't do shit with his laptop right now. So so we'll finish this 20 minutes, and then he'll just come in and end it. So
All right. Let it go.
Cool.
Cool.
Yep.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
Can someone come behind you and manually strangle you?
Yes, ma'am.
What if you're punched in the face before you're strangled? Would that impact your ability to fight back?
Yes, ma'am.
If someone came from behind you to manually strangle you, would you expect to see those wounds on a suspect?
No, ma'am.
Now, to talk about the literature again. Did I miss your study, please? Oh, yeah. Which exhibit is it? Thanks. And defense counsel was saying that your testimony is that nowhere in the world are there 4 fractures. And that was not your testimony, was it?
No, ma'am. That was not my testimony.
And so in your review of the literature, what literature is important to evaluating the fractures in Emily Noble's neck? Not the specific titles, but in generally.
When you review what other physicians have encountered and written about, and they write it up, you need to make sure that what you are looking at in the literature is what you are looking at a scene or in a case. And the issue is, yes, there are fractures of 4 bones in people that are 242 pounds. The question is, looking at the literature, are there any fractures ever reported in somebody who is less than 100 pounds? No. In a kneeling position in an incomplete, no, it is not there. Lots of cases out there of manual strangulation, but you have to look at the literature. So you look at things like weight, and there is an article that addresses that specific point of hundreds of cases in this one case where there any with, actually let me look at it. I can tell you exactly, because this is.
Go ahead. I'm sure there'll be another question.
Just ask a question.
Dr. Smythe, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So from your review of the literature, what's important in evaluating Emily Noble's death is her position,
Her position, absolutely,
what kind of hanging it was,
absolutely.
and what kind of weight.
That is correct. Her body weight.
And quite frankly, you don't care about a 200-pound male that's fully suspended and hanging.
Absolutely not.
You care about what has occurred in the medical literature with females under 110 pounds.
It is still redirect and respectively.
Rephrase your question, please.
What do you care most about when you review the literature in Emily Noble's case?
I'll look at literature related to the issues of any particular case, in particular Emily's. I look at the weight. I look at the type of hanging. I look at the nature of the ligature. I look at the nature of the injuries, the fractures to her neck. All those are critical to make sure that when you look at an article, is it relevant to your particular case? Some are and some aren't.
So you've never had an outlier, Dr. Comover? Ever in any data set?
He lied. When he's telling these thousands of examinations, he's full of shit. It's impossible for that. There isn't. He hasn't.
Right.
There's not enough years. How many strangulation cases do you think a hospital gets
Look
every
at
month?
the type of hanging it was.
Right.
He says he's seen thousands of them.
A ligature around the neck that is originally 98 pounds, when the body collapses, as you say, to be less than 20.
Before we get into saying what he's saying that he saw thousands of, is he's saying he's reviewed thousands in literature, he's reviewed thousands of cases elsewhere, because that's all he's ever done. He's never actually done anything physically.
When
He's
he
never
was testifying that he was an emergency room doctor for a while, for you know what I mean. But I'm thinking about, all right, he's saying for his math to work, he'd have to see like several strangulations a week.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, and then they're not even, like you said, he didn't even examine he wasn't a death doctor. He was one prior, like, so he's examining ones that would survive these things. Right. I just did his resume didn't make any sense. One day I think I'm going to go into it and try to and do his numbers, because he's full of shit when he says, "Oh, I've seen thousands of strangulations." No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Right. You've been busy doing all this other bullshit. I mean, what do you that might be over an entire 30, 40-year career. You might have seen that many strangulations, but I highly doubt that you're getting 5-6 strangulations a day at a hospital. Right. I just doubt it.
Yeah, especially, so you take the population density. He worked in Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville. What the fuck?
Right. Looked up a quick brief overview. 624,444 is the population in Louisville. And we lost Matt. Hang on. I'm going to try and stall while he's... I'm going to just look up Louisville strangulation rate. See how many. Fatality committee report from Kentucky. Louisville, Kentucky. I have no idea where he went. I assume he had a phone issue. Trying to read this report real quick, but it's looking like it's not very many. Reporting period. All right, I'll let Diane go, and then if he comes back, we'll discuss it more. That's probably the best option.
Things change, do they not?
Oh, yes, the body dries out, absolutely.
Hey, Carol. My hubby is an ER doc. No way he's seen that many. Yeah, I mean, that's just, it would be insane to have that many. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I dropped you. Sorry, dude.
No, you're totally fine.
All right. I think. Did you know this guy before my trial?
Did I? No.
Yeah. Okay.
No. I'm looking at. So there's a Louisville study out that took place in 2019 of homicides in Louisville. Four in a 20-year period were strangulation.
4 strangulations
in
a 20-year
in
Louisville.
20-year reporting period.
This dude saying he's done thousands of them. Thousands. He's full of shit.
Right. And that's from just very limited research from this study of
It took you
Louisville.
2 seconds, man. It took you 2 seconds. I mean, this guy needs to be called out. He needs the Strangulation Institute as a fiasco. I mean, how is this guy? How aren't other defense attorneys just turning this guy into mincemeat? You know why? Because they don't care, man. They don't have the money.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's only. Wow.
He said when he was going over his resume, when Schiffel was up there asking him, he said he'd seen thousands of strangulations. Thousands of them, and evaluated them.
Jesus.
Evaluated thousands of strangulations. He's full of shit. He just said these experts can say whatever they want because they're not going to get called out on him. So he's just sitting there collecting his money. Look at that fucking hairdo. Look at his face. Connie, my
Yeah.
juror number 8, saw right through him. She just, I mean, look at the neck thing, the model of the neck. It's
Oh, yeah.
twice as big as his neck.
It's huge. Huge.
And he's
But
trying
yeah.
to use that. You see, you couldn't strangle anybody with a cord. It wouldn't break all 4 bones. And it's just like, well, look what you're using. Bad.
So this is reporting period from 2000 to 2020, and 4 they have. So in that 20-year period, and in Jefferson County, Kentucky, which is where he would have worked.
Right.
So he's a lying piece of shit. Like,
He
that's all
is.
there is to it.
I mean, you could kind of tell when he was going through his thing. And
Right.
and he writes books, and people go to his classes so they get their little certification letter or whatever it is, little certificate, so that now they can become an expert. They can walk around and say, "Hey, I'm a crime scene expert," which my attorney proved that he wasn't. He's just saying he is. He's not a crime scene reconstructionist. He's not at all.
Right. There were only 7 total homicides in 2020 in Jefferson County. Like,
And that's
there's not a ton of crime there. So he did not see thousands of strangulations in his 2 years.
You would literally
in
have to be
emergency room.
working in some sort of Chicago inner city. You might be see 5, 6 strangulations. I'm just guessing, but it just doesn't make any sense that he would see all that. And then to do everything else he's saying he's doing about going overseas and doing out. Well, when were you a doctor? I mean, when were you an emergency room doctor? I mean, what the fuck?
I was in law enforcement in the city of Detroit, and I'm trying to recall, but I don't know that there was ever a strangulation case.
To where they would put an investigator on it, and do it like a living autopsy and blah blah blah. Give me a break.
Yeah.
You're full of shit.
And
I'm telling you, his institution. If you go to his website, I don't think it's there anymore. I think he took it down because of this case. But he hawks T-shirts. He asks for donations, and he's the only one that's a member of it.
Yeah,
it's a fucking scam. This guy's a scam.
He's a professional grifter. 100%. So,
unbelievable.
All right, we'll get back to it.
And so when you say that one of the things is you look at how the hanging was, you have no idea how this ligature around the neck was changed or moved in any way over the time while it was around her neck while she was in the woods.
What I have is the information that was found when she was found.
Which doesn't include a picture up in this direction.
That's right, buddy.
Not that I recall.
Yeah. How would you know that?
And I just want to be clear about this, close the loop if I can.
You didn't even see the ligature around her fucking neck.
Defendant's Exhibit II.
That's mind blowing. He didn't see it.
And then he has an opinion about
addressing age.
Right.
And the weights of those and the ages are not at issue in this article. And this is the number as indicated by the literature that had the 4 fractures. You see number of fractures?
I do see the number of fractures.
And you know that Emily Noble was 52 years of age.
That is correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, questions you may have for this witness, feel free to write them down now. We'll collect them.
I talked to Connie about the tooth situation, and she didn't even notice. She didn't even notice it.
I didn't notice it until you brought it up to me.
Right. It's because it just went so fast. I mean, there's so much to these trials that you just can't expect everybody to get. I mean, a tooth that was pulled out for DNA analysis was found at the scene 6 months later. At the scene, did they pull that? I mean, that's a big piece right now. Not that it wasn't. I mean, it should have been, but it wasn't. You're just gonna you're gonna miss a lot. These jurors, you're asking a lot of these jurors to try to figure out who's lying and who's not lying. Schmock might work with some jurors. The type of person you are. You're just like I just believe cops. Period. Doesn't matter.
Right.
I don't care. So
right.
Yeah, there's she didn't even notice it. And when I told her, she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, you didn't notice the whole tooth thing? You missed that, huh?" She caught a lot though. She caught a ton. They were all paying attention. All my jurors were paying attention.
That's good. You often wonder if it's if it's going to resonate with them. So
right. Well, that's what they try to do. They try to get it to not. They try to get the jury not to like the defendant. That's the main purpose. It's just get people not to like them, and it has an effect. They start believing things. If I was cheating on Emily, I wouldn't be here right now.
Right.
That's one thing. It doesn't matter. Heads up might not have anything to do with you committed the crime, but if you get busted cheating on your wife, apparently that's an ace in the hole for the prosecution. You're a piece of shit, right? I mean, you're a liar. If you're gonna lie to your wife, you lie to anybody. It just seems to be like when I watch those crime shows, as soon as they bring up the other woman, it's like, oh, you're fucked. I know what's gonna happen at the end of this one. You're done. It's over. And I didn't even leave. I didn't even go out. I stayed home. I was a homebody. They were like, what? This guy never goes out? What the fuck?
I still think this part of it's cool.
I think so, man.
Questions from the jury.
If there is a question that they have, I think it's. I didn't really hear anything that was too, too heavy, but.
Well.
No, know what they're talking about right now? What kind of steak they're gonna order? Hey, what we're gonna eat tonight, guys? Matt gave me a check today, man. Let's go eat some fucking steak. Shots of whiskey and steak, baby. The COs were all right at the that's a pretty good job. Those COs that don't have to that work at the courthouse instead of the jail.
Mm-hmm.
They're definitely privileged. they were all right. They I mean, they could be cruel to you if they wanted to be, but they were all right. Did you know I had a police escort from the jail to the courthouse?
Oh, that's
I had fancy. I had my own paddy wagon, and then there was a police escort to the. You know what I mean? Whatever. Fuck you. Give me a break.
You're a dangerous man, Matt.
Yeah.
Very dangerous man.
I was like, whatever. This is ridiculous. Everybody's getting paid, though. Everybody's getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
I ever tell you that the one I was, I would be in my cell at night, and they would throw sheets under my door.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that. That was wild.
Those guys were assholes.
Shit.
Those dudes were assholes. So they weren't cool at all. They would look at me and they would put like weird people in my pod.
Sir, I have 2 questions for you, and they're going to bounce around a little bit, so there probably won't be real consistency to
I love questions.
Going here. Could fractures occur in the neck if Emily would have suffered a complete hanging instead of an incomplete hanging?
No, even in the medical literature, there are no fractures in women under the age of 10, complete or incomplete. They're just
in the medical literature.
They're not
okay.
They don't happen because
that's
there
not. It's just not true.
Weight.
It's not true. That dude's lying to you right there. It is. There are. We prove it. We show him.
Basically, no.
Right.
So, no.
There's nobody in the literature that he looked at that it was of Emily's weight.
Of asphyxiation.
But there's plenty of fractures in people that weren't her weight that had those 4 fractures.
Does that time change if someone is under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, it does not.
Drugs.
The brain, it doesn't. The presence or absence of alcohol, no. The time to unconsciousness and brain death is the same based upon our limited studies. Nobody volunteers for those studies.
Emily smoked weed. She was a weed head.
If you know, what happens to a person's
She'd giggle.
hands and feet when they die? Do they tense up?
Yes, you can get what's called rigor mortis. Where your muscles contract. So yes, and rigor mortis can come and then it may disappear. But yes, you can get contraction post-mortem.
The hands being around the
And
ankles was
if
a big
you're
thing,
holding
though.
Something
Right.
Might even.
I guess the same circumstance.
I
How
would
would I
think
do that?
so.
In death. If you're holding
There's a
something,
lot
that
of
even
things that
possible?
don't make sense.
or will it be released?
Once you go unconscious, then your muscles are going to relax. That's what it means to be unconscious. And then when you're dead, they're completely relaxed, and then the rigor mortis can come post-mortem.
During cross-examination, the defense asked you if you visited the scene when the body was recovered in September 21 and during the follow-up visit in March 2022. Do your answers, do the same answers apply to September 2020 and March 2020?
Meaning, did I visit the scene on either of those?
Yeah, do your answers, you use dates. Let me read the question. Defense asked the witness if you visited the scene when the body was recovered September 2021 and during the follow-up visit of March 2022. Do your answers remain the same to apply to September 2020 and March 2021?
Meaning,
Just changing the dates.
yeah, I did not go to the scene on any of those dates.
And so your testimony regarding the timeframes remain the same,
Yes.
at least to that extent. Okay. How did you determine the time of death was after 4:18 p.m.?
Because she is alive on the day before when that picture was taken, and clearly she is alive. So that's the last time, at least photographically documented, where she is seen alive.
Oh,
So it had to
she
occur
was seen
after
by
the crime.
Kramer after that at home
Right.
at 8:30, 8 o'clock.
You're finding
He's just trying to frame it to I'm guilty.
of the nasal area. Would that result in bleeding?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Excuse me.
He's rattled.
It could.
Mhm.
When you think about if anyone's ever been punched in the nose or seen anybody's been punched in the nose, a lot of blood vessels. So yes, could it result in nasal bleeding? Yes, ma'am.
You think?
Yes,
If you beat her to death, you think
Oh,
there'd be some blood lying around somewhere?
Sorry.
Where the
That's all
fuck's the
questions
blood?
jury
Where's the
has.
blood?
State have any
On the
follow-up?
clothes, on me, on her clothes, around it. These fucking clowns.
Okay, sir, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
I get rattled, man. I get so upset sometimes, man. I just like, what? They weren't even they didn't even try.
Right. No, I get it.
I mean, if they would have put up a fight, if they, you know what I mean? I would have rather had them been like, you know what I mean? Something. Nope, they didn't have anything, dude. They didn't.
Yeah, at least make it worth my energy and time. But
My money. Make it worth
Right.
my money.
right.
I could have argued my case, and I can't even read. What a schmuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we heard earlier there may not be absolutes in life, but I will tell you we're absolutely done today. So,
I think there's
so
some
we're
sort
going
of.
to take our evening recess. As always, remember the court's admonition.
I don't know if you want to hang out for this, but I think there might be a little something after when everybody leaves.
Take it easy. Have a nice meal. Get a good night's rest. Come back, same time, same location. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. And
Connie said it was tough at times to stay awake up there. She'd she did not want to get caught falling asleep. And there were some old
Right.
people up there too, boy. I mean, I was falling asleep sometimes. I was like, oh shit.
Right.
So that's Allie. She's Diane's assistant, who's super
Okay.
sharp. Super sharp. I forgot her last name. She's Paisano. And I don't know who that gangster is in the gallery. See that old dude's always. I don't know who the fuck that guy was. I don't think I want to know. Yeah, I think they do some shit right here, dude. I think they do some lawyering.
Okay.
the defendant are present. Anything either counsel like place on the record? Going into it.
Your Honor, yes, we haven't provided a redacted copy of Defendant's Exhibit S. Before I release the witness, I just want to make sure I understand the court's order, that with the redactions as they are.
This is the Serenity report.
It is, sorry.
This is her
This
mental
goes
health
back to
records.
The jury, as this is, without me calling Angel Kessler the treating therapist.
That under its current status.
Okay, won't have any evidentiary issues with this. I just want to make sure before I
I
release
appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, well, I
Okay, thank
made
you.
that decision on that.
Thank you.
Who do you have tomorrow? Witnesses list?
We have Dr. Richmond and Dr. Hickman.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Have a good night.
John, can
All
we
right,
approach
now-
upon
now-
one thing that doesn't need to be on the record?
That's fine. I'll just stop right up here.
And I will just say, Your Honor, we have.
They did everything they could to keep her mental health records out of evidence.
Yeah, which is weird.
Well, they didn't want the jury knowing that she was suicidal. Period. So they did their, because through a technicality, they were able to keep a lot of it redacted. A lot of it got blocked out. Any mention of her sexual abuse as a child was X'd out. But they allowed her saying that she felt depressed, having a tough time sleeping. She was on medication. There was a lot that got in, but there was just a lot that wasn't. The main reasons. I mean, the sexual abuse was a major accusation. So the judge just said, if you don't have someone coming in here to, whatever they do with evidence to make it admissible, but they kept it out, which was a big deal. And I was like, well, why keep it out? It's part of the truth. It shouldn't matter to you, just show them the health records. What does it matter? But there's rules for trying to make the truth come out. So sometimes you're going to win, sometimes you're going to lose with the rules. So
right.
I guess we're done.
Are we done?
I think we're done.
Okay.
Tomorrow's you wait until you see the rule 29. Oh, you're gonna love it, dude. That's when the guy runs. You've seen it when he runs out of.
Yeah.
And do you really think that was real? I'm telling you, I was sitting right next to the guy. I'm like, that dude's faking it. He gets all mad. I'm leaving her.
Oh yeah, that was so fake. Like he was so playing it for the cameras.
Yeah, it was funny blown.
100%.
Dude, I was freaking out. I thought he was gonna throw it out. I was like, oh, cool. And then he's like, oh, I'm like, you have to be kidding me. And that's about as upset as I got through the whole trial. You could see me. I was just like, you motherfucker. I thought I was going home. All right, man. Cool. Thanks for doing the show with me.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Taking
No
over.
problem. I'm
And
gonna
keep
wait
up-
for Dylan to come in and cut us off. So if he's around,
Keep it up with the news, man. I dig your news thing. I always check you out. I wish you did it more than just whatever you do it. You only do it once or once a week.
Yeah,
To do the news, or
life.
last
has
night
been
you were talking
so
about
busy.
the Knights Templar or something.
Yeah, that was so that's Tuesday. I did that one with Digger.
Yeah, yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah,
but that's the other one that we do. So I just haven't had a ton of time recently.
do the news, man. Just do that fucking World War III shit, man. That's scary shit, boy.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks, Lou, and Carol. Carol, thanks. Everybody, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. All right, peace.
All right. See you next
Later.
time. Take care, buddy.
Later.
And I'm just sending Dylan over a message to see when he is ready to go. Because I don't want to be that big either. Hello? I think he's around, so I'm just oh, he wants me to leave. All right. Thank you to everybody. See you next time, and hope everyone has a good one. Take care.